Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is, what day is it? It's Thursday. Hey. Unusual day for a playthrough stream, but, was, out of town for a while. I had a busy weekend. Let me just do, before we start, a couple of cards sort of going over that and other stuff, as I like to do before we start. It's been a bit, just got back in town. That's the first thing I wanted to, like, touch on before anything else. This weekend went, over to Orlando to hang out with my cousin for a bit, and also to do as many theme parks as we felt possible in, like, a couple of days. It was a very hectic weekend. A very hectic, like, 4-day span of just, like, going from park to park to park and hitting up as much as possible. I don't have, like, a photo gallery thing type put together tonight, and honestly, I'm still pretty beat from it. So tonight, I'm thinking mostly we'll focus on the game, though I will give, like, I'll talk about a few things from there, of course, but I'm not gonna give a park by park breakdown or, full story, whatever the fuck, tonight. I think I'm gonna save that for tomorrow. Viewer levels seem like the perfect thing to be doing while I'm, talking through a vacation rather than, playthrough. I don't know. I feel like the playthrough should be more standalone. You should be able to watch it, like, 10 years later and, find it's mostly gameplay. Though I guess I do talk a lot about anime that was only relevant for right now. Whatever. It's a time capsule, I guess. What are you gonna do? The other thing I wanted to touch on before we started. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Bros. Wonder, they both come out next week. Next Friday, really. And I would really like to do a stream of both of them. Now, I'm not sure when Spider-Man unlocks. If it unlocks, like, at the same time in all time zones across the world, then maybe could have it so that, like, Thursday stream starts with Spider-Man 2 for, like, until such time as Mario Wonder comes out at 11 p.m. And then we abandon Spider-Man 2, as is its lot in life, going up against Mario Wonder and dig into that sweet, sweet Mario Brothers Wonder action. I'm not sure if that's gonna work, if, like, Spider-Man is really launching at that time, but might rearrange the schedule if that's not really viable, might do Mario viewer levels on next Thursday, and then do Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder, like, the next night. Maybe with Mario Wonder first. If we do it on Friday, I'm gonna start with Mario Brothers Wonder. I'm just gonna say, since that's the one of the two I'm most excited about. But if it just so works out that I can play Spider-Man 2 when waiting for Mario Wonder, we'll start with that first. We'll see what happens. That'll be next Thursday or Friday. Really excited. Mario Wonder sounds wonderful, and Spider-Man 2, I bet that'll be fun. Whatever. The last two games in that franchise, that deal by that developer, have been pretty good, and this will probably be just as good, more or less. Not expecting anything unusual or unexpected out of that game. I guess we will see. I guess we'll see. Anyway, that about sums up that's what I wanted to say up front. Does it for that. Let's get into this here game. Pick up where we left off. We just did the fire dungeon, which was Goron Mines, and now we are heading towards the next Twilight Zone, which is over there, and encompasses a whole bunch. We're gonna track down some magic beetles, and then we're going to, I think, do the water dungeon. It might be called bottom of the lake, technically. I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure if there's a lot of stuff between here and the water dungeon. You know, honestly, there could be a lot of stuff, but my plan is to try to get to the water dungeon and to try to do it. And maybe, like, honestly, it's passable after the water dungeon. Some stuff happens. Maybe after the water dungeon, we'll want to just, like, plow on for a bit. Or maybe that'll be a good time to end. I'm not sure. Let's see how the night ends up. Like I said, I'm still a little beat to hell from, you know, days of extensive travel, of extensive walking, not getting that much sleep. You know, we've been, like, I have been getting up at, like, Eastern times, 7 a.m., which is more like 6 a.m. here, and going to sleep around midnight, 1 or 2. Took some melatonin for the first time in a while to help out, which, you know, I don't want to get into that habit again, because I found, like, taking it forever, you know, for a long time made me sleepy all the time. But turns out, used in limited spurts, it can be helpful for getting a good night's sleep when I really need it. But yeah, between, like, walking 10 miles a day, roughly, and getting up early and not eating all that well, you know, I was in theme parks. Even if they're Universal or Disney, you're not eating good at a theme park. Unless you're paying out the goddamn nose for it, which, you know, you will do anyway. Tonight, relaxing. That's the plan. Relaxing, little stream. We're going to see where this goes and, you know, probably do the water dungeon. I'm not even going to guarantee that. No guarantee of water dungeon tonight. That's the NPC. I remember her. Link's girlfriend. Love interest. Not Zelda. Yeah, I want to forget what the youths smell like. Jesus. Why would I want to remember what the youths smell like? Yes. This scent could be quite old. Oh, okay. I thought she said quite odd for a second. And I was confused. Like, wait, what's odd about my lady's scent? I'm not really good at smelling things myself. That's a thing I realized all at Disney World. Well, not at Disney World, but in general. It's very rare that I can smell something and go like, oh, that's a weird smell. Very rare do I notice things smelling. Has to be, like, particularly strong. I'll say, like, during a lot of the rides where there are, like, smell effects, like Soarin', for instance, that was almost entirely lost on me. Like, I didn't get anything as far as scents go on such rides. Which, you know, my cousins were saying, like, oh, that's... They're definitely scents. I believe them. I don't know what the youths smell like. Not good, I imagine. Let's go. Might as well pull the first card, which is just a... Yep, it's the castle. The going's going to be a lot harder from here on out. I don't know what she means. Also, I don't know how much longer until we get to grapes. Grapes, actually... The grapes of this area are, like, weird. They're, like, weirdly disconnected, right? Like, let me see. Here's the map. And, oh yeah, it's the whole fucking... This is the whole fucking province, huh? And, like, the grape leader, the grape king, the great spirit is, like, over here about. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit until we get to Grape Town, I guess. Let me pull a card and just let me start talking about this shit. Went to 7 theme parks over 4 days. Universal Studios, Islands of Adventure, SeaWorld Orlando, Magic Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, Epcot, and Animal Kingdom. In that order. Ended up being a different order than I expected as for the Disney parks. Turned out that the Magic Kingdom closes early, so that ended up being like more of a morning thing. And also turned out that the schedule was like rearranged to... One of my other cousins could make it on Tuesday, but was blocked out on Monday. And, you know, we ended up, like, also getting, like, Genie Plus on Monday. So I guess, you know, it's best to focus on the parks that really needed Genie Plus on Monday. And that hence Hollywood Studios and Magic Kingdom, in particular, being the ones that were hit up first. Anyway, so... Not much to say about Universal. I'll start with that. Universal was just... I love Universal. Been there many a time. And, you know, so long as I'm in Orlando, I always want to hit up Universal. You know, and ride, like, my favorite stuff. Right? Like, I want to ride the Mummy. I want to ride Velocicoaster. I want to ride Hagrid's. As well as, you know, Spider-Man. That sort of thing. And also... They have opened, you know, since the last time I was there, they opened Illuminations, Villains Con, Minions Blast, which I rode and it was alright. You know, it's better than the other shooting gallery games that they have, but, you know, not as good as I will say Disney's shooting gallery. Disney's best shooting gallery game, I will say. It's better than the Buzz Lightyear one. I'll say that much. It's not as good as the Toy Story one that is relatively new. But yeah, that was a fun day. Rode a lot of things. Ran a lot. No, we didn't run a lot, but we, you know, got through basically all the things we wanted to do. And also, my cousin had never ridden, like, Velocicoaster or Hagrid's, despite living in the area. She's like a Orlando-ite, you know. Stayed with her through the span, you know, imposed. And yeah, it was fun. Those rides are great, and I'm happy to, you know, ride them with my cousin. That was very fun. SeaWorld was new to both of us. Neither of us had been there before. It's definitely the lowest tier of the parks in question. Honestly, it has a great roller coaster collection, but it is also just like 5 coasters. One of them was down, and, you know, I feel like the biggest thing is just like the animal aspect, which is great, but, you know, their ops are not great, and the lines were very long despite not having, like, you know, and very long and also not themed in the way that, like, Universal or Disney lines are. Typically. A lot of dead ends in this area, huh? I will say, Pipeline the Surf Coaster, fan-fucking-tastic. Really enjoyed that ride. It's like a stand-up coaster where you're sort of restrained, but in a way where you can, like, move up and down a little bit, which, you know, you think is just to account for, like, different heights, right? You think, like, oh, that's just because if I'm taller than this person, you're taller than me, you can, like, be moved up and down. But what you don't realize going in is that when you go over a hill, momentum is going to carry you up, and your feet fucking leave the ground for just, like, a second. And it's just, like, the most amazing airtime I've ever experienced. It's just like, oh my god, I was standing on a surfboard and now I'm in the air. What the hell? And then you land, and you sort of do, like, you know, sort of like a balancing thing as you, like, you know, land as if jumping, you know. And you just feel, like, so incredible. And I believe it also goes upside down a little bit, or, you know, does some other type stuff. It's a fucking cool ride, and I hope that other parks, you know, go ahead and make their own version of that. Maybe even a longer version of that would be really nice. Like, I'd love to see Universal take a stab at it. Or, honestly, if my local Six Flags park were to get that, as like a multi-launch. If Six Flags Over Texas were to get that, I'd be very happy. You know, that'd be, maybe I would say, the thing I would ask them to build. Six Flags Over Texas. They could also just use a multi-launch coaster, so make a multi-launch surf coaster, and I think that would be fantastic. I also really enjoyed Manta at SeaWorld. Manta, their flying coaster. The rest of the coasters are just, like, okay. And I'll say, like, their ops were really weird and, like, restrictive in a way that they weren't at other parks. Like, on Icebreaker, the operators made me take off my glasses, which kind of soured me on that ride, honestly. And, I feel like it was just a liability thing. They didn't have to ask me to do that. You know, even if the rules do say that. Icebreaker is not as intense as, like, say, Time Traveler, which doesn't have that policy, so... At Silver Dollar City, so... I really don't see why they have to do that. And it really annoyed me. Icebreaker seemed okay, but, man... Manta and Pipeline were definitely worth a visit, and I'm happy I rode them. I'll say that. And it was also nice to have a day that was a little shorter than all the other days, considering that, like, you know, all the other days we were basically going until park closure, and just trying to get in as much as we could, which is tiring when you're, you know, also getting up early in the morning to try to run and go start the day early as well. Long fucking days. Oh, right, I could be following the scent right now. And I bet the scent would lead me to Hyrule. Okay. I totally forgot about that scent conceit. And just defaulted to going the only way that I possibly can see to go. Which, to be fair, is leading me right. But, whatever. The last 2 days spent at Disney parks. Magic Kingdom and Hollywood Studios the first night. Epcot and Animal Kingdom the second. On the first night, there were technical issues that shut down Rise of the Resistance, so we were unable to ride it. So the first night of Disney. So the second night, after dinner, we, like, hustled over from Epcot where we had dinner. Basically started the day in Epcot, went to Animal Kingdom, went back to Epcot for dinner, and then hustled over to fucking what's it called? Hollywood Studios to ride Rise of the Resistance, like, just in time. We arrived like 10 minutes before the park closed. Which was a wild thing to do, you know. Was wild, and I'll start by saying, like, Rise of the Resistance kind of lived up to the hype. The whole trackless thing, which Disney has like 3 rides of, I thought all those rides were really impressive. All 4 of them? I think there's like 4 of them, including the Toy Story one, which is also a shooting gallery. Those rides were really technically impressive. Like, having it be like a trackless vehicle where the vehicles can just go wherever they damn well please makes for an interesting, like, allows them to do, like, some really amazing stuff with like a dark ride. Can I kill that guy? I don't have the seeds yet. No, it doesn't work yet. They don't have the seeds. I was really impressed by Mickey Minnie also. Even though I don't really like Mickey or Minnie, their ride was very visually impressive and did some neat things with the trackless conceit. Like, it basically started as a train, looking as if just a regular train, and then all the cars just split up and go in their own directions randomly at a certain point when things pop off, which is a really cool effect to slip in. Let me just go in that door, or do I need to find, like, the upper path? Oh, I need to, like, nose my way in. Rise of the Resistance, though, that was the most impressive ride I rode. As far as, like, just, like, so many special effects and, like, practical effects that they slept in that ride. Beautiful queue that's amazingly detailed and included, like, this bit here, where basically, during the queue, there's a part where you do, like, a pre-show thing. Similar to, Gringotts at Universal, where you go into an elevator, and then there's, like, a scene, and then you come out an elevator somewhere else. And, in this one, there's a part where you go into, like, a transport, and it gets, like, brought into a Star Destroyer. And then, you, like, go out into this massive hangar where there's just, like, a million fucking stormtroopers just, like, in formation. And it's, like, fucking the most impressive thing I've ever seen as far as a queue goes. Like, holy shit. Oh, wow. You know, and it's kind of... It kind of takes a big old dump over Hagrid's. Or, sorry, over Gringotts, which is just like... Yeah, you know, exit the elevator, and here's a cave. Here's your goggles. They're in the wall there, in the cave wall. You know, this is like, oh, fuck me. We're suddenly in a fuck, this is cool. This is so cool. They did some really great shit there. And, that was probably the most impressive thing. Finish my thought on Disney, and then I'm going to, like, go into the sense, and we're gonna see a cutscene here about these, like, you know, spirit people who, I'll be honest, I never cared about the first time I played. So, you know, I doubt I will care about them now, but, I will say, of Disney, I haven't, like, become a Disney believer, you know, I'm still more of a Universal person at the end of the day. I like my thrill rides and all. But I will say the coasters at Disney World that they have built in the last couple years were all really good. Or really good to great. I thought the Guardians of the Galaxy ride was fantastic. I thought Tron was really, really good. I thought, the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train was impressive, though not for me. The animatronics are, like, really visually impressive, though. Like, look. As good as a like robot of Goofy or like Sneezy will be, it's not gonna be like it's not really my thing. I don't really love Seven Dwarves, but it's all right. It's very impressive how they made them look. At any rate, Slinky Dog, fantastic. I thought that was actually a really surprisingly good launch coaster. Like, might be surprisingly good launch coaster, and I think that about covers it as far as ones I hadn't ridden before, actually. They got some good shit, and their theming and such is immaculate. I will say, still prefer the thrills first approach of Universal and how, like, not so spread out Universal is by comparison. You know, every park at Universal has more than each park at Disney. But it was, I really enjoyed finally going to Disney World for the first time in like 15 years since I've become a theme park head and really running it through its paces. Go into more detail tomorrow about like specific rides and, you know, whatever. There is our childhood friend. We have found her. Oh, we have to talk to this boy. Can you save him? Child of the Zoras. Yes, they cannot see us. We can only, like, see them. Wait, is that it? They can't send prayers to the spirit of the lake. What? Okay, and by the map now, we've we can now see where the spirit is. Okay. What do you mean send prayers? Like the prayers are being intercepted? I didn't know people prayed to the beasts. To the sacred animals, the spirits. But I guess they do. Okay. I guess that's all we need to do. Just like poke the nose in and look at the map. I'll continue talking about Disney for a second. Then, actually... Yeah, it was real good. They are quite good parks. I'll say Magic Kingdom is, like, really really big and good, but also very much not for me. You know, like, there's a few rides that are, like, really thrilling. Like, Tron is just, like, the perfect addition to that park because it really didn't have anything that would appeal to me in particular, you know, before. And it's just like a really nice little launch coaster with some very well-themed interior, like, stuff, you know. Not that much else to say about Tron, if I'm being honest, but this was very fun, well put together, and definitely the thing that park definitely needed. Still, that park is definitely one that, if Tron was not there, I would be perfectly happy skipping over and, like, you know, compared to the other ones. Hollywood Studios, I think, might be my favorite of the bunch, but not really because of Star Wars, honestly. I found, other than the Rise of the Resistance, the other Star Wars rides were just a little bit underwhelming. The Falcon Simulator is... it's alright, I guess. And the Star Tours is a very dated thing, you know, very much first-generation screen ride, you know, in the way that, like, oh yeah, you can see this being the predecessor of all the screen rides at, like, Universal, but it definitely feels like it's 20 years out of date, you know, 30 years out of date. As far as just, like, yeah, it's just like a bunch of random scenes stuck together. Soarin' also felt a little bit like that at Epcot, but whatever. I will say though, this Toy Story Land at Hollywood Studios, that actually impressed me more than Star Wars. It's just really well themed. The way that there's like giant toys and stuff is like all the furniture. It's like all the theming is immaculate. There's like K'NEX. There's like fences made of K'NEX, like actual, honest to God K'NEX, and just like, you know, all the signage is like books or like board game boxes. It's really neat, and just like real good from start to finish. And also, like, all the rides there are great. Like Slinky Dog ride, I already said, was fantastic, and the shooter ride, which is like a trackless thing, is, I would say, the best shooter ride I've been on, insofar as, like, oh, you can actually see what you're shooting. Every round is like a different fun projectile, and it all makes sense, and it's fun to do. Which is something that Minions Blast is just a little bit short of. Minions Blast, it feels like you're just like, I'm just like shooting stuff, and it's just the equivalent of like a clicker game. Whereas, you know, the Toy Story shooter, shoot 'em up challenge, whatever it's called, is like a coherent series of coherent mini games. It's more like WarioWare than just like Cookie Clicker, you know, or more like WarioWare than Dynasty Warriors. How about that? More like WarioWare than Dynasty Warriors. That's a weird comparison, but I'm gonna go with it. And also, the park also has some other good stuff, such as, like, I think the only inverting coaster at Disney World, in Rocking Roller Coaster? Rock and Roll Roller Coaster? I don't know what it's fucking called. The one with Aerosmith. But not Rocket Roller Coaster at Universal. That's different. Those two rides are too similar in name. They should take down Rocket Roller Coaster and Minions theme it. You know, make it a Minions themed ride. And then you'll never confuse it, and it'll be probably a little easier to remember. Oh no, we're trapped. We will take, like, 2 damage until we run all the way out of that. I know, we wouldn't be able to get through it. Funny, the way they make you, like, jump into the water here. Just to be like, okay, well, you have to jump, but how are we gonna make the player jump? Oh, what if we trap them and then there's, like, a fire trap? And wouldn't you know it, the enemy has, for once, used a clever tactic that they will never again. Setting a track, and then, setting a fire thing. Sounds like the Spirit Spring should be around here. Let's take a look around. The Azoras are concerned. Really weird, the conceit that they're like spirits and you're like not. Because they seem to be running around and doing stuff and interacting with the world just as much as I am. The only thing is they can't see me because it wouldn't make sense if there was like a wild animal running around and they didn't react to it. I guess. Epcot was very large, and I thought that the countries were cool. It's cool to see the countries and all. But they also, you know, could use a few more attractions, especially for, like, half the countries which just have nothing other than a restaurant and a store. But, you know, hey, it's sort of the City Walk type area. It's sort of like City Walk in Universal, where the point is more to be, like, a place for restaurants. That said, I will say of Universal, when you go to City Walk, the exits and, like, all the other parks are, like, right there. Whereas, like, the restaurants in Epcot are, like, a 10-20 minute walk away from, like, the entrance. So, if you want to, like, have dinner if you want to, like, go to Epcot for dinner, like, you have to account in, like, the hour of travel time you'll have to take, you know, which is pretty, like, unfortunate, honestly. I feel like they should put a transport thing that takes you to the backside of Epcot. Or, what, you know, this is something I thought of a little later. What if there were just parking lots behind? What if there was a second entrance in the back of the park where you could, like, enter near the restaurants, and then you could leave as well? That'd be a smart way to do it. They could also consider, like, you know, honestly, they could do, like, what Epic Universe is planning on doing and making it like, oh, admission to the country's area is free, you know, and then, you know, if you want entry to, like, the rest of the park, that's money. Or, like, to go on any of the attractions, that's money. Just to, like, you know, encourage the nightlife aspect. I don't know. Is that how Disney Springs work? That might be how Disney Springs work. And also, I guess Epcot doesn't need the help. The restaurants are already super booked. But, you know, honestly, if it works for Epic Universe, I could see other parks consider reorganizing them. I could see Disney also looking at that as a successful model. Depends. You know? With Epic Universe, I think the idea is that they want the central area to be, like, free, so that, like, shopping and restaurant stuff can happen, even for people who aren't, like, staying or, like, doing the park proper. And that's how City Walk works, by the way, for reference. But, yeah. Anyway, Guardians was real fucking good, and the rest of Epcot was, like, okay. Epcot is a little dated. I would say it's not my favorites, but whatever. Animal Kingdom was beautiful. I liked seeing animals. Everest was a very fun ride. The Avatar area was really beautiful. And that's all I have to say about it. Animal Kingdom needs more stuff as well. Honestly, I would say that's consistent across the board. All the Disney parks need a little something something. Wait. I remember this shit. Is this really what we need to do here? This summons a bird, doesn't it? Oh. Midna, can you tell... We'll minute... Give it up. If you were able to go somewhere else now, you wouldn't be able to warp back here. If you want to warp from here, you have to find a portal in this area first. What are you talking about? I could absolutely get back here. All I would need to do would be to jump off the bridge the same way we did to arrive here. Maybe there's portals in the sky that we can use for reference. What are we doing here? Honestly, I don't know. Are we just looking for a portal to make so that fast travel can be established? Do I want to get picked up by a bird and flown somewhere else? I really don't know how this is supposed to... I don't... Maybe if I talk to the NPCs and, like, listen to what they have to say, probably that might be it. What if I stand over here? Feel like I've ran around this whole ring. Maybe I need to... Let's talk to this guy. The Zora's upriver. The spirit's over there. Fuck you. I really did need to just talk to that guy. It's annoying. What is it about talking to that guy that makes the monster spawn? That... Ah! I feel like that's just... I don't like that at all. Okay, cool. Also, now the song will do something because I've seen it being used. That's annoying. I'm just gonna say it. I guess if you were playing this for the first time, you would probably want to hear what the NPCs had to say. I just know that everything they have to say is not great, so I don't really care so much. You know? They're gonna say like, oh, it's all weird here. Something bad's going on. I'm not happy. I don't like this at all. I guess anyone who's playing the game will realize that that's how they have to say. Pretty quick, like. What the fuck? Come down and let me attack you. Come on. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's a bad thing, okay. Okay, so don't be grabbed. Anyway, I'll say of Disney. It was worth going there, you know. And I enjoyed my time. Probably will be a while until the next time I, like, go to Disney World and do, like, any of the lands. If I had to name a favorite, I would say Hollywood Studios, but it almost feels like by default. because, like, okay, it's not Magic Kingdom. That's too kiddie for me. It's not Epcot. It's kind of empty. And a lot of the areas are really underdeveloped at Epcot and also far apart. I feel like it's cool, but, like, not my jam. What are we doing wrong here? Is there a way I can get this fucker to come low enough to, like, be jumped upon? And Animal Kingdom is, like, really cool as far as the animal stuff goes, but, you know, it just kind of has one major attraction that you really want to ride, and the rest is just, like, okay. Pretty good to okay. Which does not a top park make. Was definitely the most impressed with Hollywood Studios, which kind of takes me by surprise, as it's the one that's, like, kind of the same deal as like Universal Studios Orlando, which is, like, the worst of the two parks at Universal on account of, like, you know, movie as a theme being so, like, loosey-goosey. I guess the thing I will say about Disney parks, all four of them, is each of them is going for something very different. My dad. Each of the four parks is going for something really different. Like, Magic Kingdom is the original, sort of a little bit kiddie inspired. Epcot has its whole world tour and, like, Lands of Tomorrow conceit to it. I have to talk to this guy again. No, he's free. He's having trouble. It must be guys over there again. Animal Kingdom has its whole, like, zoo aspect to it and safari zone. Admittedly, we didn't have time to do the safari, unfortunately, but I bet if I had done, I would have really liked it. And Hollywood Studios kind of has, like, a Hollywood movie theme to it, but is mostly just a fun park, good stuff in it. Mostly. What's the consensus on that? You know, from what I heard from my cousins, you know, they said, like, they said that, like, Animal Kingdom's kind of a half-day park, so obviously Animal Kingdom is not, like, the most popular of the bunch. Epcot, you know, it really just got its first coaster, so I can't imagine it's, like, the #1. Maybe Hollywood Studios is #1. Weird that she can just do that all of a sudden, but she can't do that with any of the other enemies or what's it in the whole game. Just a little bit of a thing there. I don't know. I think in the Wii version, this was motion controls. But in here, it's just like, you know, regular style. Do we have to, like, take down pillars or something? God. Yes, try it again. Skyward Sword, or Twilight Princess. I guess it was only two game arc where, like, Zelda games started to be filled with, like, obnoxious bullshit between, like, the really good dungeons. But boy howdy, was this game the start of all that bullshit. And, you know, Skyward Sword took it to the next terrible, terrible level. And, was not good. Thank fuck that Breath of the Wild really reined it in and, like, made the stuff between dungeons good. And actually, the main event, actually. I wouldn't mind another Zelda where dungeons were the main event, to be clear, and I love dungeons. I love them being the main event, but I don't want to go back to shit like this, where I'm just like a weird bird going honk, honk. It's not good. It's not good. How's about a Carterino? I don't know why I'm saying that funny. Off the cuff, tier list. No tier list maker exists for this of lands. So I'll just talk through the placements. One thing I was thinking about when I was just like going through all these parks was, you know, they all have like various themed lands. And I thought would be fun to like walk through them real fast and like say a tier for each one, you know? Try to figure out like where they fall. Actually, I did this with my cousin on like the way back the last night, as well as in the car on the way to the airport. Real quick, like, okay. Going in basically the order I saw them in. Universal, Minions Land. I think it's A tier. It has a couple of rides in it. The theming's really great, and it makes what was just sort of a nothing area into a something area. I think the new Minions Land that they put together is actually really goddamn good. And I would say that it's up there in A tier. A tier is a perfectly good place for it. After that, you got like the whole, like all the themed lands of Hollywood. All the themed lands of Universal Studios, like Hollywood, San Francisco, New York, I think. All those gotta get a C for me. They're fine, but they are very nothing, and they really can't hold a candle to, like, Epcot's versions, which are a little bit more, like, distinct. And they end up just being like, oh, hey, here's an area that some of the buildings are weird. You know, none of them have rides. They're, like, closely associated with their locations, right? Like, Spider-Man isn't in the New York area. You have the Mummy in the New York area. What the fuck? Does that make sense? I don't know. I have to give all those areas a C. All the Harry Potter areas, they're S's. That's kind of clear. The Simpsons area, I think, is a good solid. Is the Simpsons area an S or an A? I feel like Simpsons. I'm gonna give it A tier. If it had like one more attraction that adults enjoyed, I would maybe bump it up to S, but I think A is pretty good for The Simpsons. And finally, the Expo area, which is sort of like just Men in Black right now, giving it an F. Not really an area, not really well themed. That is just free space. They should build something else there. I don't know what. Islands of Adventure. The entry area, the port of entry, that's S tier. Best entry area of any theme park, I think. It's just very... It nails the vibes just well, and it's also just, like, the best take on, like, a Middle Eastern area at any of the parks. And that includes, like, Epcot. And also includes, like, Disney World, honestly. I would give it an S tier. Marvel. A tier. Maybe S if we're just talking, if we're including rides, which we are. I'm gonna say S tier. I think that's the best Marvel zone that exists right now. I think it's really fun. I think it has, like, 2 of the best rides at the park. Well, one of the best rides at the park. And in Spider-Man, and the Hulk is also really great as well. I think it's the best implementation of a Marvel Land anyone's done so far. Yeah, what the fuck? Why is it all frozen? Best Marvel Land anyone's done so far, and, you know, it's classic. Toon Lagoon, I also have to give an S. The land itself is just so fun and vibrant, and the theming is like... I love how it's just a grab bag of old newspaper stuff from, like, you know, from, like, ages past. Since newspapers and comic strips are kind of dead now, they'll never have to update it. It'll always be, like, you know, the classic idea of newspaper comics. And it's just really cool. And also, like, the Dudley Do-Right ride is great. I loved it. I love that ride. I didn't get to ride it this time, by the way. It was closed, but I love that damn ride. And it's just, like, incredible to look at. And the whole, like, Popeye area is also extremely well themed and fun to hang out in. And you know, Bluto's Bilge-Rat Barge is just, like, the best raft ride anyone's ever done. So, you know, jot that down. Toon Lagoon, S tier. Fuck. Wow, we fell a long way. Jurassic Park, S tier. Best jungle area at any of these parks. It's also the best dinosaur-based area at any of these parks. The only point that it doesn't have, you know, compared to, like, say, Animal Kingdom, is it doesn't have, like, actual animals in there. But, man, it's about dinosaurs. It doesn't need actual animals. The dinosaurs are the point, you know? So, yeah. I gotta give that an S. Hogsmeade, S. Lost Continent, F. Replace it with Zelda, like, right away. And I think Dr. Seuss, I'm torn between a B and an A. I think it's not for me, but it's the best kids area that Universal has. You know, or has ever had. Even though it's really outdated and hasn't gotten a new attraction since it opened, I think that's fine. You know, it's honestly, Toon Lagoon hasn't gotten a new attraction since it opened, and it's fine. Marvel Zone hasn't gotten a new attraction since it opened, and it's still great. I don't think that necessarily hurts it, you know. I'm gonna say A. Islands of Adventure has a lot of high-tier lands. That's just because Islands of Adventure is like the best theme park in the world. So, you know, jot that down. For SeaWorld, there's kind of only two lands that I was able to discern. There's like a general tropical island coastline land, which is like C tier. It's fine. It sort of encompasses the whole park. Nothing much to say about it other than the vibes are pretty good. You know what? I'll say B tier. I'll say B tier. What they got is okay. Yeah, there's Zora down there. Where else would they be? Good thing they're spirits, because they would probably be dead if they were just like, you know, frozen in ice as like actual beings, huh? We know how to fix this. I'm gonna fix it right now, actually. I will say, though, A tier. There's one other land that SeaWorld did have, which was like the Antarctic land, where like there was like some beautiful theming of like a glacier and also some penguins, which were quite lovely to see. We looked at the penguins. That was great. Great to see penguins. I have to give that area an A just because it didn't have any rides. No rides, only gets an A. But, you know, I think they're building a ride, so hopefully eventually will be more of a S tier land once that's done. But, yeah. Disney World, lands. Let's see now. Main Street, USA, B tier, it's fine. It's a pretty good entry area. Not much to say about it, it's just sort of old-fashioned, and that's fine. To me, it doesn't do much for me, but maybe others like it. Tomorrowland. Dated, and every attempt to add a new ride just feels really, really, like, awkwardly, like, wedged in. Like, I'll say, like, Tron and Buzz just feel like they're just there, and they don't really have much, like, flavor around them outside of the ride, other than, like, hey, here's the ride building. It's pretty cool looking, isn't it? Or, hey, here's the ride, like, signage. It's pretty cool looking, isn't it? As a land, I think that Futureland is pretty unremarkable. But it does have kind of the best rides in Disney World, so I'll say B tier on that. In Magic Kingdom, specifically, I should say. Okay, now we got the water back. Good. The fuck? Who's talking to me? What the fuck? The fuck are you? You a ghost? How come this spirit can see us? If the other ones are spirits. The other ones have been turned into spirits, but this spirit can see us. I guess they were turned into, like, a different kind of spirit than the rest of us. Okay, yeah, he's the one who's being treated by the people. Yes, I am sure we'll do this. Okay, we're gonna need to do that. We're gonna need to do that to go to the water dungeon. Yeah, that'll be later. That'll be later. Fantasyland. Kind of blends into the central area with the temple, with, like, the castle and all. But seems to do the job right for what it is, you know. A smorgasbord of random fantasy wrappings and, like, you know, the more fairy book Disney properties. Since that's sort of the bread and butter of Disney, I'm gonna say A tier. The castle especially, like, sort of brings it up from a B to an A. You know, the castle is sort of like the landmark, like the main deal of Disney, of Magic Kingdom, so I don't know that I could give it less than an A. So I'm not gonna give it an S. Frontierland and Liberty Square and anything else in that area, those all kind of blend together in a weird way. I wasn't really big into them, and they also seem like pretty similar to Main Street to me. Like, I gotta give them a C. I'll say this: Liberty Square, I'm giving a C. No, fuck that. I'm giving it an F. I mean, I guess it's alright. I'm giving it a C, and I'm giving Frontierland a B. The two kind of blend into each other in a weird way. I feel like they should be a little more distinct. And, you know, maybe a little bit more coherent. You know, both of them just feel... Frontierland kind of feels like a grab bag of, like, different themes. Like, oh, here's a swamp. Here's... that we're building. We're building a swamp over here. We have this, like, arid mountain over here. And all these, like, ramshackle wooden shacks over here. And it's just like, choose a fucking theme already. Those are 3 themes. Those should be 3 separate lands. Is kind of my thoughts on that. Like, they should probably make the swamp area... They should probably make that whole area more swampy, blended in with, like, the ride that they're building, and then make the Frontierland that's all arid and stuff into more of a whole land that's all arid and mountainy and deserty. And, Adventureland, I'm gonna have to give an F. It's just sort of a grab bag of vaguely offensive like buildings types from like around the world in a way that makes you think like, God damn, I hope that this isn't offensive, you know? Like, ooh, this like tiki's and all sorts of weird shit. And it's just like, this feels like it wasn't cool at the time, and it probably hasn't gotten that much more cool in the years since. Ugh, this whole area, I don't know. It also doesn't have an attraction other than like Pirates of the Caribbean that an adult would want to go on. So, F tier for that area. Let's talk to this lady and get our grapes. I say this lady, this spirit. I guess the spirits probably don't have gender. Let's talk to them. Let's talk to the spirits and get our thing. I guess there's always been the idea of the goddess in this, but these aren't the goddess. These are animals. These are animal spirits, disembodied. I'm just gonna say, probably don't have gender in that way. It's grapes time! It is time for grapes. Finally, Jesus Christ. We're an hour in, and we're just getting grapes? Oh, hell. Well... we'll see what we can do. I guess. Oh, fuck. Continuing the line of thought from before, just going over like tier list rankings of each land from all the major Orlando parks that I visited over the weekend. Going over to what's it? Hollywood Studios, Disney's Hollywood Studios. Come on, you bastard. I did this in the wrong order, but I'll do it right the next time. Going over to Hollywood Studios. The main area is like just themed to Hollywood generically. I'm torn between A and fuck you. Fuck. Cock. That sucks. That sucked. Bullshit. I'm torn between A and B on that. It's kind of generic. It's kind of whatever. It doesn't really have that much of a place, but I guess it looks nice. It also covers a lot of the park, which is kind of weird and confusing. I feel like an entry area should just be the entry area, and then the rest of the park should be divided between distinct lands. I'm gonna say B. I'm gonna say B on like the general Hollywood theming of that there park. Toy Story Land, I'm gonna give an S. I thought Toy Story Land was extremely well themed. The rides were great, and I was just very impressed by my whole experience there. Star Wars Land, I'm gonna give an A. I feel like they should have made it so it was like a actual Star Wars area that you went to. They got a few ships in there that you might recognize, and the rides are pretty great, but the fact is that you're just sort of wandering around something that looks like Tatooine a little bit, but not really because there's trees. I don't know if that's like the only reason they want to do that, right? Did they just think like, oh well, we don't want it to be just Tatooine. You know, we want to have trees and some shade and stuff. And also Tatooine is quite flat, so, you know, is that going to be really interesting? I guess, man. I feel like this wasn't the answer, though. Just like a random unknown planet. I'd almost rather have a grab bag, where it's just like, oh, you walk from planet to planet. You know, like you go through a portal and then you're on the other side. You're somewhere else. Right? I'd almost rather have that than what they went with. But it is really cool. The shows and stuff are pretty good there, it seems. Like, they have, like, people in costume running around and, you know, acting the part, I guess. Can you swim over there? Seems like we're swimming really slowly. But I do see a thing over there, so... I guess we'll just slowly dog paddle over there. So, yeah, that sounds right to me. What other lands does Hollywood Studios have? I was told later there was a Muppets land. I didn't realize that. I guess that was an area where I got an ice cream. I didn't even notice that it was becoming the Muppets, like a little farther than where I went. B. I can't rate it if I didn't go there. You know what? I can't rate it. NA. Oh, you know what? Also, there was a Sesame Street area at SeaWorld that I didn't go to. I can't rate that as well. NA on that, too. I think that covers... Feels wrong to say. I feel like there should be, like, one more that I'm forgetting, but I think that covers, I think that covers it. I think the Chinese theater in Hollywood Studios is pretty cool. I guess maybe that would be the only thing that would... I wasn't really factoring that into the Hollywood part of it, but maybe that does bring it up to an A. It's borderline. Let's keep it as a B. Epcot, the future area. You know, like where it's all future-y. That area is just like one big land with a whole bunch of stuff in it. I'll say that I think that land is too big, but the orb is very cool, and it has some great rides in it, as well as some very average rides. I would give it a B. B on that. As for the country lands, I'm gonna say baseline. I feel like I want to say C baseline for them. If they didn't have anything other than a restaurant and some theming, then a C for those. France had a ride. It was a pretty good ride. And it also was maybe one of the nicer places to be. I guess I would upgrade France to A. I'm going to upgrade Germany to A because it had a cool train set, and also the theme was very nice there. I thought that the Sweden, or was it Norway? I forget. But that area was quite cool. I would give that one an A as well, just for like cool theming and not being just boring, you know. You got there were some countries you could tell, you know, like I like Japan. You know what? Personal preference, I'll take Japan up to a B as well. You could tell that some countries kind of phoned it in, you know, just said like, yeah, just do some temples and pagodas and yeah, just some of our famous landmarks. And then that's that. You know, just some buildings. Whereas others like really got in a little bit more range in there. Also, I will say Scandinavia did have a land, or Norway did have a ride, but I didn't ride it because it was more of a kiddie ride, and also we didn't have time. The boat ride for Frozen. We also didn't ride the boat ride for Avatar. Guess we skipped both boat rides. Didn't have time. Hey, time was a factor. Probably wouldn't have been my jam anyway. So, you know, whatever. Last note as far as the... Fuck. God damn it. Last note as far as the, Oh, I can lock on. That helps. Last note as far as the the lands go. Mexico was really fucking cool. Had like a whole interior area that was like Day of the Dead themed and was like super cool to hang out in. And like see. top fucking notch. I'll give Mexico an S tier, even though it didn't have any attraction or ride. If Mexico were to get an attraction or ride, like say a Coco ride, oh my god, it would be the best thing in Epcot, by far. I'm gonna say it's already an S, even without an attraction. They should seriously think about making a Coco ride right there in Mexico. I don't know if there's room, but I don't know. This doesn't seem like there's anything else around. I guess with all the Disney parks, they have, like, plenty of room to expand. You know, plenty of, like, space, like, right outside the park that's currently just nothing but trees and shit. So they could absolutely do that stuff. Whereas, like, Universal's just completely penned in, you know. It was a stroke of good luck that's like, what the fuck with this lock on? There we go. Okay, there's the other one. Happy it's flying ahead. It was a stroke of good luck that Walt Disney had some weird, like, the way that the Walt Disney ended up owning all that land on which all those parks are built. And rather than, like, specific plots on which you can build, like, one park and that's it. Was that he had a utopian idea for Epcot where he basically wanted to make his own city. And that fucking didn't pan out, like, at all. But, fortunately, it turns out that owning a whole massive chunk of land, that whole chunk of land just got more and more valuable, and they were able to put it to some pretty goddamn good uses. So, you know, lucky. That was actually some goddamn good luck. It all worked out that way. Anyway, the last of the things, Animal Kingdom. B's across the board. A for Avatar. Avatar Land was really great to look at. Though, in some ways, it's just like, okay, here's some trees and also some flying rocks. You know? Some trees that are pretty much normal except a little bit weird. And also, like, one flying rock. Which is fine, but not really that impressive. I don't think, compared to, like, you know, other parks, I guess. I guess we could warp if we don't want to do the minigame again. There's probably a warp point we can use nearby. Golly. What? Huh? Oh, I guess because the water was down last time, we were able to get through. But now that it's up, there's like a gate in our way. Trying to get over here. I guess let's just warp. We already got the one thing that's here. Let's go warp to the domain. B is across the board. A for Avatar. That about sums it up. And that's a little bit of a tier list for all the parks. Just off the top of my head. I guess that was over a 20-minute span, so, you know, I guess, you know, I'll be honest, I don't even remember, like, 100% where all the lands are. I guess the only Fs are, like, Adventureland and, the Fs were Adventureland and also, oh, Lost Continent. Lost Continent is an F as well. And also the Expo Land at at Studios Orlando Universal. As for the S tiers, it was, what were the S tiers? Port of Entry. I'm gonna give Marvel an A. I'm gonna downgrade Marvel to an A. But, Port of Entry, Toon Lagoon, Jurassic Park, both the Harry Potter lands, you know, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, and also the Toy Story Land. Those are the ones I would give S tier to. And everything else is like in between somewhere. Where's my grape? Grape, grape, grape. Where's the grape? I don't see the grape. You think it's something like we need to light up a torch? Bet you we need to light up a torch or something. I wonder if you can do that now. What's the deal with this fucking grape? I'm staring at it. It's not making any sense to me. Ah! It's on the wall. Alright. From here, there's 2 in the next area. Fantastic. We'll do that. And, yeah. Cool, cool. The ice thing that we climbed is all gone now, so that's good. That should be here, right? Whoa, what in the face? Swimming dog Link looks funny. Look, he's got a full-on doggy grin there. Good. Next card. Are Apple Watches, like, popular now? Saw a lot of them in Orlando. I was wondering this. My cousin has an Apple Watch, which I thought was a bit peculiar. But, you know, after I noticed that and, like, talked to her about it, I was looking around, you know, as we were doing the theme park stuff, and I noticed, like, oh shit. You know, there's actually a lot of people out there with Apple Watches now. There was actually a point where we were on one ride, I think it was Bluto, and, you know, I sort of looked at her Apple Watch and said, like, is that going to be okay? And I think she said, yeah, it's, like, waterproof and shit. She didn't say that. She said it's waterproof. And then I was just looking around and realized, like, wait a minute. There's, like, 2 other people. There's, like, 3 Apple Watches on this raft. You know, of the, like, 10 people on this raft, like, 3 of them have Apple Watches. Kind of bizarre to me. But hey, you know, I guess as a result, they're able to, like, properly account for their full amount of steps, you know, whereas, like, my phone stops counting when I leave it in a locker, you know, so I can't truly know how long I walk, how far I walked, and my Universal days, you know, or my SeaWorld days. But she can and they can, and presumably it's also handy for other things as well. I don't know. All that seems, like, interesting that those things are taking off. Kind of makes me think, like, oh man, kind of gives me the thought of like, oh man, am I missing the boat here? Is it actually cool to have an Apple Watch now? And I'm not sure it necessarily is quite yet, but I think it might be getting there. And also, you know, I'm still between, you know, gigs right now, so like it would not be a priority until such time as I had like a gig, you know, get one such watch or whatever. I don't even know. Like, I feel like the journey that watches had, right, was that for years and years, people had pocket watches first. Watches that you kept in your pocket. And then they invented the thing where you just, like, put them on a strap. And you could, like, open and close it. Or you didn't have to open and close it anymore. It was just on your fucking wrist. And they said, oh, that's really clever. And then they invented the iPhone, which is a thing you put in your pocket. And you can take it out, hit a button, and see the time. Basically the same idea as a pocket watch, but like 100 times more versatile. And now they put that same thing on your wrist again, except it can't, you know, it can't be a tenth as good as the actual phone for a lot of good reasons. Such as, you know, space. It goes like... There we go. I'll say this. I'm curious about Apple Watches now that I'm like noticing that people seem to have them now. If anyone has an Apple Watch, fucking let me know. I don't know. Like, it's just like... It seems a lot more common now. And I'll tell you, I think I saw, like, dozens of Apple Watches at the various theme parks. I don't think I saw one, like, Android watch. I don't know what's going on in that whole scene. If there's, like... If those things all crash and burn and Apple Watch is the only thing that remains, I have no idea. Fitbits, all that was a thing for a while as well. Saw none. I don't think I saw any of that. I don't know. Curious about that now. Okay, cool. Wolf. We gotta remember, do wolf there. How many seeds do we have left? 2. Does the map say where they are? Okay, yes, it does. One is there. Where's the other one? Where's the other grape? Short of grape. Oh, you know what? I remember. It's gonna appear once we do a thing. Okay. Cool. Oh, wait, we don't... Wait. How do we get to Castletown from here? Oh, maybe we take the river? Maybe we take the river. That's weird. We gotta get to Castletown. We gotta do the last 2 seed. The last seed. And then there'll be one more. Seed? Are they called seeds? Grapes. Whatever. I'm calling them grapes. Orbs? I don't know. Another thing I noticed at theme parks, doing theme park stuff. Do people watch TikTok muted, like, as a thing? Saw this in Orlando, like, a couple guys, as we were, like, waiting in line, just, like, watching TikTok on their phones. And I just couldn't help but think, man, just get fucking headphones already. Like, this isn't hard. You want to listen to music while you're out and about, listen to videos, whatever. Headphones, put them in your ears. I don't know, maybe like TikTok's the idea is that they're so short. They're so short, like there's no point in putting in headphones. But if you're gonna watch like 1,000,000 of them in a row, no, it doesn't make sense to me to do it muted. I guess the idea in general that someone would consume any video content entirely muted was, like, bizarre to me. Like, what? No. Well, unless you have, like, some sort of, like, you know... You have, like, you know, a need for such things, right? Like, poor hearing. Whatever. Otherwise, if ever I was in a place where I couldn't hear a video, I would pause it and come back later. You know, I would not simply just, like, use captions. You know, I feel like there'd be plenty of reasons why that wouldn't, you know, be as good an experience. I don't know. I've never done a social media before based around just videos, so maybe that's just a normal way people engage with TikTok when they're out and about, and it's fine. I did also see someone, like, with the volume, like, slightly on, but, like, just holding it up to the ear a little bit. Again, just get a phone. Or just get headphones. Ah, fuck. Can we warp to outside and, like, run in? Oh, the bridge is gone, so we can't do that. Crap. Jesus Christ, video game. What's with all this shit? Anyway, I just thought that was weird. I don't get it. I feel like anything with TikTok is just, like, immediately triggering my, like, old man... My oncoming old man phase, you know? Of just like, this seems weird. I'm too old for this. I will never understand it. I'm sure there'll be, like, you know, I'm only, like, 10 years too old for it, you know? Like, if it had been, like, 10 years earlier, maybe I would have gotten all the way into it. I probably would have had, you know? But, like, I bet, you know, there's gonna be tons of stuff as we all age that, you know, we don't understand. Like, TikTok is just the start of it. And the kids on TikTok right now, you gotta believe, like, in 20 years, there'll be something that you don't understand either. And, you know, you'll just think is weird. And, you know, not for you. In other words. What's up here? Oh yeah, that's the fishing hole. Where do these rivers lead? I think we want this river. We want to go down in this river here. Not this one. The other one. One going into the tunnel. Go. Do another card. Did you know the Disney parks are full of strollers? I'll tell you, that was like one of the things that really caught me off guard, and like one of the things that like left a strong impression. Like, yo, there's so many goddamn strollers to the point where they have to have like designated areas. They're like, hey, stroller parking over here. You know, they basically have like parking ordinances in order to like mitigate the disaster, which is like a million billion strollers that parents are just like, you know, using this to wheel around their kids, and also to like, you know, to leave them, I guess, when they go on rides or whatever. I don't know. I guess I don't usually go places where you see strollers or anything of the sort, you know? I feel like the last time I saw a stroller before Disney World was, like, never. I don't think it's ever come up. Like, But at Disney World, there's like a fucking million of them, and like, I'll tell you, like, I like to take a lot of photos, you know, as I do, and as a rule, right, my priority oftentimes is like, okay, I want to get as few people in this shot as possible, which, you know, isn't really that viable at Disneyland, but I'll tell you, at Disney World, but I'll tell you, second priority, like, if I can't do that, which I often can't do, my second biggest priority, try to get a shot with no strollers in it. Because, I don't know. I feel like a stroller... Like... clashes with the theming even more than, like, a crowd of people does. You know? I don't know. It's just more of an eyesore than, like, people are. You know? More of a distraction. I've accepted people as, like, a... you know, inevitability. When you're, like, taking photos at a park as crowded as the Universal is at Disney. But, like, the stroller thing... I will happily wait a second or two to try to wait and see if strollers clear the line of, photoage. No. Or try to, like, obscure it with, like, okay, I'm gonna position it such that the stroller is behind a thing. Okay, that works. I don't know. I'm told that there are strollers at the other parks as well. Just that they are in, like, small enough numbers where you don't even notice they're there. You know? Or don't really actively think about them. I'll say this. Like, the saturation of strollers at Disney World is just, like, so intense. I guess also that's, like, a factor in, like... You know, part of going to those theme parks in, like, October, part of my thought process was, like, okay, all the kids are at school, so it probably won't be as bad. But I guess the thing I didn't account for is, like, oh, wait. There's, like, kids that are so young they can't go to school yet. And, you know, that's just going to be, like, a huge portion of, what is crowding those parks up during this part of the year, you know? Which, in retrospect, makes perfect sense. Really didn't occur to me. I guess I don't think about kids that are younger than school age as being like entities that you might see in public life. You know? Out of sight, out of mind, I suppose. That was the last, I think. Alright, that was the last, like, Disney-related card, I think. I'll tell you, I also have some anime cards. There have been a lot of new shows that have come out since last... It's been a whole week, and that whole week was, like, the height of, like, new shows coming out. That said, didn't have that much time while I was at all the parks to, like, do all that sort of thing. Yeah, we said that earlier. There it is. It is weird. Yes, it's appeared right here. I didn't have that much time at, I'll say I didn't have much time for anime while at all the parks, you know? Basically was leaving in the morning around, like, you know, 7, 8 at the latest. 8:30 at the latest, you know? Somewhere between, like, 8 and 9 a.m. Somewhere between, like, 7 and 9 a.m. And getting back between, like, 8 and 11 p.m. And just basically had enough time to shower, watch, like, 1 or 2 episodes of anime, and, like, conk out. Except on Sunday. On Sunday, we had dinner at my cousin's boyfriend's place, which was nice, but I'll tell you, like, I was just like so zonked out, you know, not having slept that much previous nights. And, you know, I got through the parks on pure adrenaline, but, like, once I got to the place where I could just, like, sit down and, like, watch a YouTube video or something while waiting for dinner, I just zoned out so fucking hardcore. I was just, like, sitting on a couch, not even, like, observing the passage of time, you know? Just letting it all flow over me. So, like, you know, not a lot of time between parks to, like, do stuff or watch anime. I will say I've managed to watch a few things, and, you know, since getting back the other day, I have, in addition to, you know, doing, like, you know, job search type stuff, I've also found a little bit of time to, watch some anime, but, not a ton. Also, I'll say, like, honestly, I decided for tonight to, like, just do the highlights, sort of. Just do the highlights of, like, the new shows that I've seen, etc. since then. And we'll do something more comprehensive tomorrow, during tomorrow's stream. I wonder. I will, you know what, we'll pull the first one of these just to see it. Oh, okay, actually, no, this card is follow-up on the other trips I might take. Right, I forgot that was there, actually. Oh, I guess the wooden boxes are gone, so I can no longer climb up there and jump down. Oh, I guess she was right. We can't get back there just by running anymore. Follow up on other trips I might take. I did say before this this trip that, like, once I get another gig, I would love to have, like, a couple weeks to just, like, have it be the start date be a couple weeks out, let's say, and just, like, take some time to, like, travel and go to, like, say, Japan, spend 2 weeks in Japan before accepting a new job, you know, before that starts. And it'd be nice to do that before I have to worry about securing PTO or whatever. I will say right now, I am beat to hell, you know. I just want to not walk, not go anywhere, sit back, enjoy food, enjoy my nice bed, enjoy a nice full night of sleep, and, you know, do some regular routine stuff for a bit. I will say, you know, give me a month or two, you know, let's say it takes a month or two to find a new gig. Maybe by then I'll be, like, more up for whatever as far as, travel goes, but it would have to be, like, not immediate, you know? Like, if I were to secure a gig, like, tomorrow, which the interview process does not go that fast, you know? If I were to secure a gig in the next month, I don't know that I'd be willing to do Japan in November. Maybe in December. Maybe in January. But, like, immediately? No, no way. Absolutely could not. It'd just be too much stress and too much to do. I guess all my vacations and trips, they end up being, like, very active things, you know. This is a mini-boss, by the way. They end up being, like, a lot of me running around from place to place trying to see as much as possible. Which is fun, it's just tiring as a whole. And it means that after I get home from one of these trips, what I really need is, like, a break, you know, which is kind of silly. You know, a vacation is supposed to be a break. But I need a break from the break now. Ironic. But whatever, hey, it'll be fine. I'm sure before too long I'll be ready to do whatever else. And it's not like I haven't done a ton of travel in the last year. No. Last December I went to Fiesta, Texas. In July, I went to Silver Dollar City. And yeah, this Orlando trip makes 3 trips this year. A month or two, I'm sure I'll be back up it. I could see it by the end of the year. Really depends on when it comes together, and also that I'm not too tired. I guess the question is, like, if it were to come together, would I just, like, not do it? I guess, yeah. I guess I would not do Japan if I were to get a gig, like, before I recovered from this trip. But, I don't know. Probably work out. That is grapes. That is grapes. Jesus. Ugh. Ugh. Vessel of light. Whoopsie daisy. I touched the microphone stand. Hopefully that wasn't audible. Scratching my ear. The last of the great spirits is cool. I like this crocodile fella. Snake crocodile? Sea serpent? Whatever it is, I like it. I think it's cool. They are a very cool god. Or spirit, or whatever. This is Lanayru. Your efforts have restored each of the light spirits. O hero. Dark power you seek. It waits in the temple of the bed of blank Hylia. But before seeking it, you must bear witness to something and never forget it. You must know that it is the will of the goddess that we lock away the forbidden power. What is this scene? Oh, this is the good music. This is the music from the last game, or from Ocarina. Game before last, I guess. Hey, Revan, how's it going? They granted power to equally all who dwelt in the light, and then returned to the heavens. The lands where the goddess descended became known as the Sacred Realm. Well, turns out there were other lands that kind of sucked and didn't get any lights from the goddesses. I guess, is the idea here. And that would be the Twilight Realm. The people lived at ease. Word of the Sacred Realm spread throughout Hyrule. What? Wait, is Hyrule... So the Sacred Realm is not Hyrule. I thought the Sacred Realm was just the world. I guess it's a subset of Hyrule. So people fought for the Triforce, basically. Among those living in the lights, interlopers who excelled in magic appeared. What? Wielding sorcery, they tried to establish dominion over the Sacred Realm. The Twilight people. That's Dark Links. And they stole people's identities. They were like, facelifters. Facelifters? That's not what it is. What's that movie where they're like in cocoons? The goddess ordered the spirits to seal away the great magic. Okay. Bit hokey. You're working on testing out your final custom shiny for your Emerald hack. That's cool. It's the Fused Shadow. Okay. Beware. Its dark corrosive power. Those who not know the danger of wielding power will before long be ruled by it. I'm pretty sure none of this comes to pass. It's very ominous. This whole sequence. What the fuck, Link, is that face? What was that face, Link? That was a weird face. Okay, Lake Bed Temple. That's the one we're going to. But first... Okay, first we had to take in that cutscene. Now we have to do something else, which is heal a sick kid. There's a sick kid that needs our attention, and that's the next thing that we're doing, I think. Maybe the first thing we're doing is getting out of Dodge. And we have to get out of this lake area first, because we might be kind of locked in at the moment. How does custom shinies work? What do you mean? Do you mean like your region, your hack has like an additional set of shinies in addition to the regular ones? Or is it just like replace the regular shinies? Or are you talking about shinies on custom Pokemons? I think we might just talk to Cannon Man. Maybe Cannon Man will get us out of here. Guy's got a cannon. You've been redoing all the shinies in the game. Gotcha. All right. I think this is what we needed to do. Jump into the can, and the can will blast us to a place. Maybe we also could do the thing where we play a song and, you know, like on a read. And, like, go a place. And maybe that would take us off the river and be almost as good. Okay, so... I guess we need to go to Castletown. Talk to the barmaid. Figure out what's going on with that. Yes, we're gonna do that. That's the next thing. Yes. That's exactly why we have to do the thing. Because we have to use it to unlock the water temple. Which I'm hoping to do tonight, by the way. Hoping the water temple will be later tonight. We'll see. I don't know how long this is gonna take. The Twilight Zone part of this section took longer than the previous ones have. But that's just Twilight Princess for you. It's tedious at times. How's the volume, by the way? Can you hear it good? This song seems pretty loud. But I'm pretty sure I'm much louder, so I think I'm good. Need my horse. I'm gonna take my horse, go down to the old Castletown. I bet that mailman will come at me when I go down there. He will have some sort of inane letter for me that I don't care about. But once we get past that, we'll see some cutscenes and you know, have edits. I also do have more cards. Got a whole small anime block for you tonight. I haven't watched all the new anime that have come out, and also I'm not going to talk about all the new anime that's come out. I just want to talk about a handful of, like, the best stuff right just now. And, like, the stuff that's been the most impactful that's been new this week. What did I tell you? Can't skip, can't skip, can't skip! Why can't I skip? give a fuck. What a bastard, man. Hate that guy. Okay, let me see. Where is this letter? New type of bomb, water bomb. Okay. That's actually very important because otherwise you wouldn't be able to do the dungeon. Why are these not in order? Are these the new ones? Okay, actually, these are the new ones, yeah. I would put the newest ones at the top. That's just me, though. That's how mail works. I'd be less confused if that was the case. Anyway, anime. Watch the first episode of Uma Musume Pretty Derby Season 3. At the time of the last stream, Crunchyroll was having issues and hadn't put it up yet. And, you know, it took them a while to do so, until, like, Friday. So, I was only able to watch this, like, in the airports. Actually, no, it wasn't Friday. It was, like, during the stream. I saw that it was up during that Thursday stream, and, like, right after I watched it. And, I'll say, so far, I'm a little underwhelmed. I feel like part of it is just, like, Season 2 of Uma Musume Pretty Derby was so perfect. Uma Musume is sort of an anime about horse girls, and they race, and they, you know, try to do their best. And, you know, it's based on actual horse races from history. So, like, the main character of Season 1 is a horse girl named Special Week. And the Season 2 is about Tokai Teo. And, you know, there's other horse girls running around, like, dozens of them, like, Twin Turbo, all sorts. You know, many of which are just, like, two random English words, sort of, like, mashed together awkwardly, which is funny every time. Or, you know, some of them are, like, Japanese words as well, like Silent Suzuka. Silent Suzuka is, you know, silence, but also Suzuka, which is more of a Japanese word, I believe. Anyway, Season 2 was, like, the height of drama. The height of, like, sports drama. You know, really emotional, really powerful shit. Season 3 so far just seems okay. There's, like, a new main character who is just a new character. And, it seems like we're doing, bottom from, like, rookie to pro this time again. Which, I guess, I don't know, I was kind of hoping for something original this season. Like last season, where it was all about someone at the top coming down, you know, dealing with injury, dealing with setbacks, dealing with things that are, like, getting in the way, and you know, the emotional moment of, like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to run the way I could before. You know, and that sort of powerful shit. Whereas in this one, it's like, yeah, okay, she has to learn how to run good for the first time so that she can win races. Okay. That's sort of what Season 1 was as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that. I hope it has some really powerful stuff that's coming, but so far it's just, okay, you know, probably better than Season 1 has been, to be clear, but not up to the heights of Season 2. Yeah, I forgot about Weird Cat. This is probably important, all these characters. We're gonna see a fair bit of them, and I don't think I like any of them. Twilight Princess's, like, biggest weakness might be lack of likable characters. Midna Nightmare might be the best one. Might be the most likable character of the bunch. The rest of them, I don't know. I feel like you just get... here's what I feel like. I feel like there's too much stuff with all these human NPCs. I feel like there could be a little bit more with Midna. You know, as far as like plot goes. Uh-huh. We got... Those guys aren't gonna deal with beasts. That's funny. Is that funny? That's funny. Good joke. Hey, I could kick the ass of a beast or two. Don't worry about it. Oh god, she has amnesia. That's right. She doesn't recognize me. God damn it. What fucking dreck. Oh my god, there's gonna be so much material here about, like, oh, she's lost her memory. She didn't have much of a character to begin with. Blah. You know what? They make a good choice. Monsters fighting, it's fine. Look, the monsters aren't coming into town. That's the important part. So long as they don't come into town, well, actually, last stream, a monster did come into town and did take a child. I guess they do come into town occasionally. So long, outside of cutscenes, as they don't do that, this should be fine. Just hang out and let me just go outside. I have a body count to rival Frieza's. Oh, Frieza's. I thought you said Frieza's. Does Frieza kill a lot of people? I haven't seen Dragon Ball Z. I've only heard, like, synopses of it. Through podcasts, you know? I listened to, like, a Dragon Ball Z Kai recap podcast. You know, where they watched the show and talked it up. Frieza blows up planets casually? Oh, well, that would do it. That would do it. Yeah. She found this poor boy in the road. I'm still thrown by the fact that people can... The spirits in the Twilight Realm can just do stuff like go places and pick up people and do things. It's almost as if the Twilight, the part where they became spirits, wasn't really a real thing at all to them. Also, if you count 10,000 years of Link just murdering monster in cold blood, it would add up to a couple of planets. I don't know. Plants have, like, a lot of things on them, even other than, like, sentient beings. And also, let's not forget, Link, they're different people. Link is not one person. Link is like 100 people. There could be so many Links. God, imagine if you did a game where you really leaned into that. And it was just like... You know, in like the Marvelverse, right? If this was in the Marvelverse or some shit, there would be like a... You know how Spider-Man, better example, Spider-Man has done like... Another example, Doctor Who. Spider-Man has done, like, reunions where all the Spider-Men have gotten together in one place. You know, you could do something goofy like, oh, here's all the links from all the different games, and also, like, 12 links you've never heard of before. Like, here's a Link that's, like, super tall. Here's a Link that's, like, an adult man. Here, you know, like, with a beard and everything. Here's a Link who's, like, 2. Toddler Link. You know, you could do some, like, Citadel of Ricks, type bullshit with that, which would be kind of fun, if ever there was the opportunity for, like, Links to meet. Which, hey, you know, they've always done time travel shenanigans, so it's not out of the question, actually, that 2 Links could meet one day. What would that be like? I guess there have been 4 Links in one game before, due to foreshortened shenanigans, and also Dark Link is a thing. Those are different cases. I mean, like, actual canonical Links. Not like one Link split into 4 persons. Not any of that, just different Links from different eras. That's what I mean. It's the same spirit and same personality. You count it all in the same body. I guess they are reincarnating. I guess they are pretty clearly reincarnating. That's like the whole conceit. Ganondorf, especially, seems to be pretty acutely aware of the whole ordeal. Hang on. In Tears of the Kingdom, Ganondorf existed like... I guess I shouldn't say. even like months and months and months later, it's probably not... Do people mind if I say? You're gonna head out and relax? Good night, Revan. Have a good evening. Cat! Hate that. That cat is I guess it looks like a cat, I don't know. Right then, we're doing this whole thing. Okay. This is like the cart escort, actually, not... Right. I think there's like multiple cart escort bits where you have to like escort a cart of people. I will defeat that thing, don't worry. I've done it before. It'll be fine. How do we get over here? Oh my god, with this amnesia shit. We didn't know you that well to begin with, so, like, changing your personality, I can barely tell. I can barely tell. You need a beast right now to keep the rest at bay. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Card. Another anime. What I Saw. Watch the first episode of Undead Unluck. Oh, we got Boogie. This is a whole real-time thing. When I watched this show, it's on Hulu, and I'll say they did a good job with the subtitles this time. The subtitles are okay, which is a kind of a change, you know. Actually, they've been a little bit shit. To the point where I've not wanted to deal with, like, Hulu shows before, but this actually, the subtitles were good, and I liked watching it a lot. It's a very fun show, and I'll say, like, it is a show where you watch it and you go, like, well, goddamn, this has to be someone's favorite show now. It is a very sexual show, very overblown show, very, like, big energy show. The basic premise is that there is a girl who has, like, such bad luck. Anyone she touches gets, like, Final Destination killed. You know, killed in a comedy death, which is a very fun power to have. You know, you're constantly seeing, like, weird, unlikely shit happen. Like, you know, people dying in, like, very funny accidents. You know, whenever that power comes into play, which is pretty neat, pretty cool. Also, though, she meets a guy who is, like, unable to die, you know, basically, like, regenerates instantly, and uses his blood from, like, dismembered limbs to, like, fly around and do superhuman stuff, which is pretty cool in, like, a fun shonen way. Also, he's a little bit handsy. You know, he's a little bit weird about that. Mostly for reasons of, like, well, he wants to die, so, you know, he wants to, like, touch her as much as possible, but definitely in a way that is a bit weird. Definitely a way that is, like, overblown and, like, yeah, okay, this is very clearly for, like, sexual reasons that this is happening, right? Like, yeah, this is on some level wish fulfillment, but also just a zany, like, slightly sexual romp, I guess. Anyway, they, like, run around jumping off things, people dying and like, or like, you know, him like trying to die and like, getting like really injured in like comedy, funny ways. It has tons of energy. Zany bullshit. It's good. How was that? I thought I had like half a heart. Whatever. Okay, I'm hitting confirm. I'm hitting the A button. Great. I feel like that's gonna be someone's favorite show of the season. It's not me, but... Horse. Turn the fuck around, horse! What are you doing? Horse! Horse! Pona! Oh my... There you go, horse. What the fuck? That's gonna be someone's favorite show this season. It's not mine, but... I really do appreciate what they've done in it. You know, I think they've put together something that's really fun, really high energy. Charming, and just like with the shonen powers that he has, that the main character has, with like instant regeneration and like blood propulsion. It's goofy and fun and good. And I like what they've done with it. There we go, we did it. Another show. Boy, you think we could get like a heart or some bombs or something? Okay, there's a heart. Whatever. If we die, we die. And then we'll probably like checkpoint back to like here, so. You think I'm supposed to take out these guys or just ignore them? The cart does not have a health meter, so I'm guessing... Oh, well, fuck. Boy, did I, Oh, I see. I need to use the thing. There we go. Does have a health meter. Okay. Well. Whatever. It'll be fine. I got more cards. I got more anime to talk through. Here's one of them. Watch the first episode of Girlfriend, Girlfriend, Season 2. Girlfriend, Girlfriend is like a zany rom-com about like the biggest wife guy in the world who decides to give polyamory a try. He gets a second girlfriend. And, you know, before you know it, there's a third girl who, like, wants in, sort of. You know, she doesn't get in, but she wants in. And a fourth girl who is sort of on the periphery. Where are you going? Okay, I'll look at my map and blah 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 blah. Anyway, I'll say I really loved Season 1, and, I'll say going into Season 2, I was delighted. I really loved the first episode of Season 2. It was fantastic. It was phenomenal. It was really funny, It didn't miss as far as the humor goes. And also, the fourth girl from the first season is like coming much more into her own and getting more screen time, and it's very clear that this second season is going to, you know, pull her in, and that is fantastic, and I love that that's happening. You know what I mean? Like, that whole first season, I spent a lot of it just, you know, really thoroughly enjoying all the bullshit that was happening. But also thinking, like, man, when is the fourth girl going to get her time in the shine? She's been in the OP this whole time. But, you know, it never quite got all the way there. But it's very much seeming like it'll be all the way there, like, shortly. Which is just fantastic. I'll also say there's new characters in addition to that who seem fun. Girlfriend, Girlfriend, really great show about a polyamorous type relationship, which is very fun and good, and fuck you. Sucks. How are there still more guys? It's very good, Girlfriend, Girlfriend. Really enjoying that it's back, and yeah, just that first episode. Oh boy, really makes me feel like, well, goddamn, I had the right idea back then. Really strong first episode, definitely one of the best things of the season. I am really looking forward to seeing more of it. Okay, we need to fucking... We need to fucking boomerang these birds. What the fuck is that fucking bird? Hey! 3 months! Hell yeah, dude. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Fucking bombs again with the bombs. Oh, god damn it. Thank you, Mug. Thank you. Thank you, Plastic Bags. How you doing? I just came back from a Orlando trip last this weekend. That was why no Monday stream, you see. Happy to see you, Plastic Bags. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Doing good. If I could get this bomb to stop exploding on my carriage and I could get to the next area, I'd be very fucking happy. Fuck you and your fucking bomb. There we go. You're good, just eating? Oh, thank God. That's it. That'll do it. Perfect. So much stuff in this game. You know what I mean? So much stuff that's between the good stuff. I'm escorting a carriage, I'm doing bugs. I hope that once we get to the part where we're going for, like, shards of the mirror or whatever, that'll be a thing. Don't worry about it if you don't know. I hope once we get to, like, that point, it's a much more, like, go towards the place where the dungeon are. Go into the dungeon, do the dungeon. And not so much with, like, the dungeon business. Cool. Gate open. Oh, man. Spoiler. You don't know what it is. It could be anything. It's a MacGuffin. Don't worry about it. Have you played Twilight Princess, Plastic Bags? You haven't? Ah, well. Don't worry, the plot's not the best part. The dungeons are. The MacGuffins you get along the way, they're not that important. You know. It's just a plot thing. What I mean is I hope that when we get to the later dungeons, maybe a lot less stuff and a lot more just like, go to the place, do the dungeon. Go to the next place, do that dungeon. He has passed through the worst of it. As he rests, he could recover. His mother's dead. That's fine. She's dead. I saw her ghost. Her ghost seemed pretty chill. But, you know, was a ghost, so jot that down. I've been saying jot that down a lot. It's a fun thing to say. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Means a lot right now, especially, you know, I'm sort of between gigs at the moment, so that sub goes a long way. And I think I figured out that, like, you know, below a certain threshold, I still get, like, full unemployment, even if I'm making, like, 10 bucks or, a decent amount, like, from... You have to make, like... You'd have to make, like, 50 bucks a week for, like, to negate any amount of, like, unemployment, so any support y'all provide probably will, you know, will be helpful, you know. And will just mean more money, you know. And even if it didn't, it would mean that the unemployment lasts longer with me, like, drawing it out until... Drawing from it, you know, which is good. Which would be good in any case. That said, you know, hey, well, looking for a job, I'm sure. I expect to find one before too long. Got so many recruiters knocking down my door. So many calls and interviews and all that. Setting up so many different like, inquiries. It's like, a lot to keep on top of, honestly. Too much, really. But, hey, it's all good. Everyone just stay here and hang out. I gotta go do a dungeon. You know how it is. You gotta do a dungeon sometimes. All is well in these towns. Oh, you're trying to make the world a better place, huh? Oh, at least someone's trying to save the world. Oh, you want me to join your Save the World group? I don't know. Telma's, like, Save the World group I always thought was a weird thread. Because, like, you know, I'm the one who's gonna save the world, right? Like, you guys aren't even gonna do a single dungeon in the end, you know? Call me when you do a dungeon, okay? Did Link just look at her boobs? I think Link just looked at her boobs. I mean, I guess... Yeah, that's what you would do if you were Link, but... It's a Nintendo game is all, you know, it's a little weird. Yeah... I mean, yeah. I wouldn't think of Nintendo as being the ones who would actually have that in the game. Has Mario ever looked at boobs? Has Mario ever looked down someone's shirt? Plastic Pax has been looking at them this whole time. Yeah, that's fair. Do you think Mario has ever looked at boobs? Has ever, like, been distracted by boobs? I don't think so. Mario is too pure for boobs. Always just straight ahead. full attention on the task at hand. Does Peach have... There are Mario characters with boobs. I'm pretty sure, like, the Mother Brutal has boobs? Does Mother Brutal have boobs? Hang on. Mother Brutal. You mean, like, big honkers. I know what you mean, plastic bags. Peach does have boobs. But maybe not, like, honkers. You know. Mama Brutal has some boobs. Some boobs, yeah. Certainly a defined chest area. Pauline is like... Whose has the biggest honkers? Oh, Pauline has some... Yeah, Pauline's pretty well endowed. Who has the biggest honkers in... Who has the... I'm gonna put this into Google verbatim. Who has the biggest honkers in Mario? Who has the biggest breast size and cannon? I don't see any good answers here, unfortunately. Other than, like, maybe Pauline, or maybe, Pauline actually does have reasonably big boobs. Okay, that's enough of that tangent. That's enough of that tangent. No problem, plastic bags. It was Link's fault. He looked first. Well, it sounds like you looked first, but... Yeah. Another ghost lady. You looked because Link was. He did look. He did look. Confirmed. Ghosty go. Okay, I'm following a ghost. Let's go get our reward, and then we'll head to the dungeon. That's actually pretty nice. Be in this graveyard. Wait, was his mother buried here? Weird spot to be buried, so far from your homeland, but whatever. Also, the son did not know that she was buried. Maybe this isn't her grave. Maybe this was another grave of some such individual. You know, another Zora. How about another card? I'm about to get the Zora. Let me get the Zora armor, and then we'll do a thing. I should have. Well, actually, no. I can't buy bombs yet. I couldn't buy water bombs until I got out of this cutscene. Let me get this suit. Let me get this Zora suit. Kakariko Village is a sacred place where the Zora people is where we take our eternal rest. What? Is this like just the only graveyard that exists in the land? And everyone everywhere gets buried here? That's weird. Imagine if there was a graveyard capital of the world where, like, everyone wanted to be buried. You know, like, oh, I want to be buried in this particular spot in, like, you know, New Brunswick, let's say, randomly. Like, oh, everyone wants to be buried in Washington, D.C. I guess, isn't that what the Field of Heroes is or whatever in Washington, D.C.? It's like for soldiers or something? I don't know. I feel like people typically want to be buried at their local graveyards. Their local graveyards. Support your local graveyard. Support your local graveyard. Jesus. Anyway, we now have, where the fuck? This suit, which, Jesus Christ, look at this shit. They did not have... This is like the least fashionable stuff that Link has ever worn. And that includes, like, all the optional stuff in Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild. It's not good. Oh, this swimming is not great either. But I guess it is like honest to God swimming, which Ocarina did not have. Majora's Mask had, and it was better than this. And Wind Waker didn't have it again. Let's go do a thing. Let's go buy some water bombs. I'm pretty sure we'll need a bunch of them. Also, hey, I watched the first episode of Spy X Family Season 2. Very popular show. Wherein, like, the dad is a spy, the mother's an assassin. Neither of them know each other's secret identities. And also, the daughter is a mind reader who knows everything. And there's also a dog who can see the future. That's not important. Very fun show. Watch the first episode of the new season. I think there might be a second episode out by now. Haven't seen it yet. If there has been, it's still fucking good. Good first episode. Very fun, very light. A good, silly scenario that escalates into a, you know, a little bit of a conflict, which is about what you want from, Spy X Family. What? No thanks, not now. Where's the bomb shop? Oh, right. Yeah, right there. That's about all I have to say about Spy X Family. As good as ever. Not really, like, grabbing me in any particular way. I mean, it's like, it's just as good as I remember. It's fucking great. Not anything new. Not like a step forward. Just sort of as good as ever. What? You have to, like, replace your bomb bag bombs with different bomb. What the heck? Okay, I'll sell you my bombs. And then I'll buy the water bombs. 15 of them. Weird. Are there only 2 types of bombs? Is there a third type? I forget if there's a third type of bomb. There must be. It can't be 2. It can't be just 2. That doesn't make sense. But I don't remember what other types of bombs you could possibly have. Or even why you would ever want to return to the original type of bomb. Come to think of it. Alright, we've gotten everything we need to go to the dungeon. I've just realized that the dungeon is pretty far away from where we are. So, how the fuck we get back? I guess we gotta jump on our horse and just, like, ride back, actually. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. We're going to go back to Lake Hylia. We're gonna go into the temple and then we're gonna, you know, beat it. You know. That'll be their next thing, and, probably that'll be the end of the stream. I reckon we'll save anything that comes after for next time. You know, which will be on Monday, by the way. Going back to a normal schedule next week on account of, you know, not having any big plans for the foreseeable future other than do things as normal, have a normal schedule, and, you know, talk to a lot of interviews, talk to a lot of recruiters, and other such, you know, other such people, you know, whatever. Everything except for, like, you know, I got, like, a LinkedIn thing for, like, a life coach type thing. It was like, oh, you know, I'll help you get the right mindset. And I saw that and I was just like, I'm not doing that. That sounds like bullshit, and yeah, it's bullshit. It's gotta be bullshit, right? What the fuck? No, I'm not doing that. No, you're out of your mind. I guess the idea is that, like, people might be so much into the hustle mindset that they might be willing to pay for lessons or some shit about, like, how to hustle better. You know, if they got really LinkedIn pilled, but, man, I don't buy into that shit to begin with, so... Yeah, there's nothing you can say to me to make me, like, think that ever would be the right thing to do to, like, take, like, advice from, like, some sort of weird guru. I told the person who, like, contacted me, I'm fixed good for gurus, thanks. Which, they were confused by. But I don't know. I feel like when you say you're a coach, like, oh, I'm a coach. I'm a career coach. That's a guru. That's just a guru to me. And gurus are weird. And, you know, unnecessary. Don't need a guru. I'm fixed good guru-wise. I'm still laughing in my head at support your local graveyard. That's good. Support your local graveyard. How do I get down to the water temple? I reckon... I know I like to... I feel like I get a little too meta sometimes with, like, you know, I'm putting the streams up on YouTube, and I always like to give them names. The streams names. And I feel like if it's seconds after I say a thing, and I think that's kind of funny, is it too soon to say, like, oh, I think I found the title? And I'll say, I think I found the title. I think it's going to be support your local graveyard. That's really good. Support your local graveyard. I do worry with some of these, right? Like, should it be something that indicates the extent at which we're going, right? But, I don't know. I can sort of convey that with the thumbnail. The thumbnail can be related to, like... Can I go down from here on a cuckoo? Like, is this gonna get me into the lake, or am I gonna be warped up after this? Please tell me this gets me into the lake. I would think that maybe it should be something that indicates, like, what specific section of the game it is, which, you know, makes it a little tougher than it otherwise would be, right? Like, not only just indicating clearly, like, okay, this is a funny joke, but also indicating clearly, like, water temple. I can do that with the thumbnail, though, I suppose. I don't really have to do that with the, with, like, the name. It'd be a combination of things. It's a pretty lucrative, spire. We did good as far as this landing goes. I want to talk about another new anime. The other new anime that I saw that was, like, so good, I felt like I needed to talk about it today. And also I'll talk about it tomorrow as well as a couple that I've, like, chosen to omit from today's stream. Just, you know, in the interest of not going too heavy on any one thing. I gotta tell y'all about... I watched the first episode of The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. Really, 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 really love you. This is a fucking winner, folks. The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. It's fucking good. We love it. We love the culture. It is another... It's like Girlfriend in that it's, like, about some, polyamory. But, in this case, it's not just gonna be one. It's not just gonna be two. It's not just gonna be two. It's not even gonna be 4. It's gonna be as high as 100 by the end of the series, presumably. And boy, howdy. It's getting off to a great fucking start. The premise is that some god, by, like, a by like a clerical error, has given this guy 100 soulmates. And also he has to fall in love with all of them, or else bad things will happen. It's kind of a stupid setup, but it's just dumb enough where it's like the perfect setup for like the scenario as is, you know, really gets you like understanding like, okay, well, this is dumb, but it's fun, you know? And also it's a little bit self-aware too, about how stupid of a concept it is, you know? It's self-aware, it's kind of meta. There's some great lines about like, as they're like explaining the setup, right? The god is like, you know, as soon as you meet your soulmates, you'll know immediately. You know, like a jolt of electricity will run through you. The girl will know immediately, and like the main character he repeats like, huh, a jolt of lightning will go through me. And the god says, the girl will know immediately, but the guy will figure out over time. And then the main character repeats, huh, the girl will know immediately, the guy will know over time. And then the god says, stop repeating my lines! Oh my god, we only have so much time in the first episode. If I have some of my, if people are watching this and they realize that some of my lines have been cut, that's gonna be sad, especially for me. I don't want any of my lines to be cut. Oh, sorry. Very funny bit of meta humor there, you know? Just like, yeah, okay, jokes about lines being cut, that's great. And then some lines are cut and it's just hilarious, you know? Like, okay, yeah, we got 20 minutes, you gotta cut some stuff, but very funny, very funny. There's two girls at the start, and they're both very cool. And also does some things to like, really like, trick you into thinking it might be something different, you know? It does some clever stuff with the structure that makes you think like, oh, is this where the 100 girlfriends come from? No, it's something else entirely, but you'll see. Anyway, it's fucking very funny. It's the characters are just like, the girlfriends that we've gotten so far are very good, and I hope that there's a lot more where that comes from. The OP, the ED has 5 girls in it. So I guess maybe this first season is just 5 girls, but who knows? It could be like more. That might be just like the first few episodes worth of girls. I'm kind of hoping that, honestly. But it sounds like it'll kind of be like Komi Can't Communicate, but for oh right, Iron Boots. I have Iron Boots. It'll be like Komi Can't Communicate, but they're all girlfriends. They're all new girlfriends. All the goofy characters that you're meeting are going to become girlfriends, which is just great. And also, I'll say that ED, that ending song, is a fucking bop. It's fucking amazing. And I'll say, like, I was at my first day in Disney. I spent a lot of time like in queues and stuff while I was waiting for like go through queues, just like listening to that OP on YouTube, and finding that it like gave me strength, you know, gave me some like ability to keep on standing without like you know, sitting down while the line stopped moving. You know, if I listened to that, I could ignore how badly sore my feet felt, you know, which is fucking good. It's a good fucking OP, and I'm really fucking excited. Right up there with Frieren for my favorite show of the season so far. Hey, this is Lake Bed Temple. We made it to Lake Bed Temple. That's great. Wasn't sure how long it would take us to get there. 3 hours, it turns out. I guess, you know, hey. That's fine. No. I like a shorter stream on occasion, you know. A short, like, 3 hour or so stream is nice. But I don't mind a 4 hour stream, as this one might end up being. Might end up being a little longer, even, if this dungeon is a little longer. We'll see. I'm not, like, super worried. Thing about this dungeon, you, like, you know, pull switches and then do things. One last thought about the 100 girlfriends who really, really, really like you. Really, 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 really love you. It's really funny to have it and Girlfriend in the same season. Like two shows about polyamorous relationships. They're both very funny, very high energy, and filled with character. I love it. You know, there's some good shit in both those things. How do I combine? Eh? Bomb. Okay. Bomb to arrows. Wait, no. Arrows to bombs. Oh, right. It's like on LZ. The fuck? That's weird. But you can't equip both at once. Okay, whatever. That'll do. Speaking of shows I'm really, really enjoying. Well, Deathmount Deathplay is back. Oh, also, I just realized that I didn't make a card. Deadmount Deathplay Part 2 is back, just as good as ever. Deadmount Deathplay is sort of a spooky show about a necromancer who gets like sort of like a lich lord who gets like reverse isekai'd into our world and has like adventures in Japan and, you know, deals with the supernatural stuff of our world, and the supernatural community of our world, which seems to be full of colorful characters, several of which get screen time in this new season so far, which is nice. Looking forward to seeing where it goes. You know, it only has been off the air for like 3 months, so it's not like I have that much to say. It's just more of a continuation. Which is also the case of Dr. Stone, which I will say, one of the last things I did before starting the stream was to watch the new episode of Dr. Stone. I forgot to make a card for it on account of I just watched it like a half hour before we started. But like, yeah, that is also off to a solid start. No big thoughts about it, you know. But, yeah, still, hell of a show, Dr. Stone is. Hell of a show, Deadmount Deathplay is. Dr. Stone is about, basically everyone in the world gets frozen in rocks and wakes up like 1,000 years later, 2,000 years later, thousands of years later, and has to like reinvent the tech tree, you know, working up from zero. And, fortunately the main character is like a super genius, so he knows like all the technology involved in like, you know, cars, phones, basically anything. He knows the chemistry, he knows how to build them, you know, well, he knows like on a technical level how to build them, maybe not on a practical, like a craftsman type level, but, you know, there are other characters for those sort of things, and it's very fun and invigorating to see him like reinvent society one thing at a time, most especially in ways where, you know, things that he needs for his current predicaments, you know, for like the current plot situation that's going on. Like, oh, we need to get some, let's say you need some lights, or we need transportation. He might figure out a way to, like, I put wheels and I made an engine. We now have a fucking car. That's something that happened in previous seasons. There was new stuff in this new episode that was exciting, good, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for one pop of, like, a really exciting thing every episode. And it had that. Let's talk about another thing. Other anime I've been watching. I want to call out a few. These are not ones that are strictly new, but JJK Season 2. Been continuing into this season. Free Ran has been like the best thing on. Basically, if you don't know Jujutsu Kaisen, it's a show about a guy who finds his way into like the exorcist world and who like exorcise cursed spirits or something, basically. And he turns out to have a natural immunity to like evil spirits. So he is eating the fingers of an evil spirit, and that evil spirit is in his body, and it's a whole thing. Hasn't really come up this season, that plot line in particular. It's more dealing with like some serious stuff involving one of the more powerful senpai type characters, which has been quite good, and I've been enjoying where this arc has gone after the flashback arc. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the main dude, like, doing stuff. And, you know, in this dungeon, we grab onto those things, and they move the thing around. They move the bridge around. There's gonna be, like, water flow, redirection stuff. This dungeon's really cool. I think this is one of their more cool... I think this dungeon is one of the coolest water dungeons out there in the franchise. It's definitely better than Ocarina's. It's definitely better than, It's definitely better than, It's definitely better than, Majora's Mask. Wind Waker didn't have one. What was the water dungeon in Skyward Sword? Well, I can't remember. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, of course, don't really have... Their dungeons don't really compare to these dungeons, just as a rule. Skyward Sword. Water dungeon. Would that be the cistern? Yeah, I guess it would be the ancient cistern. That one's alright. I like this one more. I think this one is the better of the two of those. Yeah, this one might be the best. I guess you could also include, like, the 2D ones. Minish Cap's, Temple of Droplets. I'd probably put this one ahead of Temple of Droplets. Temple of Droplets doesn't really have any sort of, like, water manipulation puzzle, you know? There's not that much of that, more just, like, navigating waterlogged spaces, which is cool on its own, but not quite the same as, you know, manipulating water and moving stuff around and, such. Do another card. I also dropped Firefighter Daigo, Rescuer, and Orange. Maybe this was just because I didn't have time, and, you know, initially I was trying to, like, watch everything and do my normal thing that I do when I watch anime, but I watched a second of it, and then I realized, like, well, I don't care about these characters. I don't see... They don't really have personality to me. I should just drop this now. There's no point in, like, you know, really giving it that much of a shot. It's just not doing it to me, and there's a lot of stuff on the day it's on, so there's that. I will say, I haven't had an opportunity to watch, like, most shows that I was tentative on, like, last week. You know, shows that I watched the first episode of last week. So, maybe as if I find time for more of those, I will drop more as I go. But, for now, that's what I got. And also, I just realized they didn't talk about 16-bit Sensation. 16-bit Sensation is like a time travel anime where the main character, she's like works at a Bishoujo game company, and she travels back 30 years in the past to like 1992, and she's from 2023, and she is like an extremely good character. I'll say, extremely fun character to see time travels because she is extremely Twitter brained. You know, she's got Twitter brain worms. You know, she's a memer. She's a little high energy. She's designed in a way that characters from the past are not. You know, like she has like very complicated eyes and two-tone hair. You know, and also just like constantly uses like you know, more trendy speech patterns in the way that like a gremlin would. I have here an image. This is 16-bit sensation. Another layer is what it's called. Here's a screen. Here's a little capture from that of her going, "That old computer still works. Pog," which is very funny. And I'll tell you, when I saw that line, I paused it and went to a Discord. And sure enough, someone else had already posted this image, and you know, I said like, oh shit, like I was not the only one who saw this image and thought, oh, that's very funny. I love it. I love it. Of course, it's not an old computer. She's in the past, but that was her reaction. And it's just very good. The second episode has gotten into a little bit more of the her being in the past, maybe working on Bishoujo games type deal, which is lovely. I'll also say, I forgot to mention it earlier, but this is my my bag that I've used to go to theme parks with. You always want a smaller bag at theme parks because they might need to fit into a locker or into a box or something. And I've been using this one for the last few years, and while I was at Universal, the zipper broke. So ended up having to avoid using that outside pocket. And well, after tonight, it's going to be after the trip, I retired it, you know. I took this one picture and then I tossed it, you know. It's in the garbage now. Gonna have to get a new one. Shout out to it. Good bag. Would buy another from the same brand. Although, actually, maybe I'll look around and see if there's other products that are similar. I don't know. Maybe there's, like, something that better suits my needs, even. 16-bit Sensation. Name of that show. Really thoroughly enjoying it. Rent-A-Girlfriend also had, like, you know what she is, right? She is like the character is like clearly like a giant zoomer. Is like a zoomer character. That's like the archetype. A zoomer, gremlin, TikToker, you know, that sort of deal. Though specifically she's more of a Twitter gal, it seems like. In the first episode, there's a scene where she's on the train and she's just scrolling on her phone, like looking at pictures of like anime ladies and going like, oh, that's a good picture, have a heart. Here, oh, that's a good picture as well. Have a heart as well. You too. Which is just like very funny and very real and very accurate. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what it's like. That's what being on the internet is like. They fucking nailed that. And that's very funny for a character like this to end up in 1992 without, you know, where there's no phones, no internets, no nothing. She gets out her tablet and she just like constantly, she's not even really hiding she's from the future. She's just sort of talking to it and just saying things, and it's just very funny and good. Oh, I'm quite enjoying it. Again, favorite animes of the season so far: Frieren, which is about a elf who is like an angel elf, and she's dealing with the fact that, and sort of like dealing with the fact that the people around her will die long before she does, and like grappling with mortality for the first time. A very good and sweet show that seems to be like sort of like halfway between To Your Eternity and what's that show? Otaku Elf. Halfway between Otaku Elf and To Your Eternity. Very good. And 100 Girlfriends, also top of the season contender for me. And I think that's about all that comes to mind at the moment. As far as like the top shows go. And I guess Spy X Family will probably be up there. Dr. Stone will probably be up there. Probably most of the returning shows will probably be up there as well. You know, on account of they're returning and I know they're good. You know, and they'll probably be like as good as they were in their earlier seasons, and if so, you know, they'll be high up, you know. What the fuck? I'm going to try to watch more anime. Try to get all caught up on that by tomorrow's stream. We'll see what happens. You know, I also have, like, interviews and calls and work and, like, job hunt stuff to do, but I'll probably have time to watch a bunch of those new shows and hopefully find some good ones. I don't know. I feel like I haven't heard anyone say anything about any of the shows that have come up this week. So, I don't know if Beyond 100 Girlfriends, if any of them were any good. If they're just decent. I would like to find out before next time there's a stream. I'll also put together, like, a photo thing. Like, you know, photos from Mario Orlando trip by the next stream. Though I'm not going to, like, do a whole sequence up front where I just go through the photos. I think that's gonna be impossible since I have, like, I went to, like, 7 parks last week. Instead, I'm thinking I'll just talk about each park in turn, as I tend to do, and then I'll bring up photos as relevant. And that'll probably be like, between levels, you know? I'll thread it that way. And I think that'll make sense. What am I not getting about this room? I am not understanding something here. How about another card? I do have a number of cards more. Whole lot of games in the near future. Just want to touch on that real fast because, you know, hey, now that my vacation, my trips are over. Oh, crap, this is how you're supposed to get around to here. Just by walking. Got it. Not by jumping, strangely. Now that I'm done with the big trip, and now things are a lot more relaxed. Oh, I got a small key. That's it. I got a small key. That's the next step. Okay. Now I can think a lot more about games that are coming out because, hey, games are coming out. I heard there was another Assassin's Creed, which seems like it's more Assassin's Creed of a somewhat mediocre variety. It looks like it does harken back to the original games, but also looks like it's kind of buggy and mediocre as well, and doesn't really measure up to those, like, you know, 10, 20-year-old versions of Assassin's Creed, which is kind of a shame, you know, considering that's the first one in a while to have that sort of format. I'll probably not get it, honestly, unless it were to, like, I don't know, come to Game Pass. That's what it would take for me to get that new Assassin's Creed. Also, obviously, Mario Wonder comes out next week, as does Spider-Man 2. Was there something that came out that came out this week? I feel like there was something October game releases. Let me see real fast. I feel like there was another game that was like, oh my god, I clicked on IGN and it split up by console. I don't need that. What else come out this month? Wargroove 2 came out? Oh shit. Well, I didn't really love Wargroove 1, so that's okay. I'll pass on that. Detective Pikachu came out? Wait. This is this year, right? Yes, this is this year. Detective Pikachu came out? Lords of the Fallen. Sonic Superstars came out earlier this month. And I guess... I thought there was something that came out this week as well, but I don't see anything that's really major here in this list. Metal Gear Solid Collection comes out. Hey, that'll be cool. Alan Wake 2 comes out October 27th. Ah, maybe that's what I was thinking of. I didn't know where in the month it was. I guess I thought Alan Wake was like before Mario Wonder. Okay, cool. That'll be good. I've heard some really good things about Alan Wake 2. I'll probably get the Metal Gear Collection. I probably need to play through some of those games myself, you know, and not just have... I've seen all the Metal Gear games. I've not, like, played through in, like, on streams and stuff. I've never actually played them myself, so I think it'd be good to, you know, do that at some point. That's definitely a feature that I would like to do. I say a future. A playthrough. I'd like to play through all those games live on stream. I think that'd be fun. There's also Persona 5 Tactica next month. Like a whole bunch else, you know? I guess I do have to, like, you know, budget accordingly. And, like, be a little bit sparing in my purchases for the time being, but hey, you know. Video games are kind of nothing in comparison to rent, you know? And insurance. Honestly, they are drops in buckets. I think I can manage, like, you know, the price of Spider-Man, for instance, let's say. And I already paid for Wonder and WarioWare. I already did like an expansion pack thing and got them already. And I have Game Pass, so Game Pass covers Persona. I'm excited, you know, hey, lots of stuff coming out. Looking forward to playing a lot of it. It's gonna be a good couple of months. I feel like of the games that are coming out, Persona, definitely. Persona 5 Tactica is like up there, but Wonder is like #1. Spider-Man, I don't know yet. And I bet I will really like Alan Wake. But, yeah. I'll say I'm getting a little tired. Like I said, when I was on the trip, I got up really early. And I, you know, went to sleep at a more normal time than usual, so... And, like, Eastern time as well, so, you know... Right now is about the time I went to sleep for the last 5 days. Roughly. Maybe a little later, maybe a little earlier. Whatever. What? Oh, right, dude. The stalagmites. So, you know. Getting a little tired, but I'll be fine. I slept to a good time today. Which, you know, doesn't necessarily mean I can go the distance, because I was, in some ways, catching up on, you know, say, my travel day, where I got up at, like, 5 a.m. Eastern time, which is 4 a.m. my time, you know. That was a day where just, yeah, I got some of the least amount of sleep I've gotten in some time. What is this camera view? Just a very sleepless night that was, which, no, hey, I can deal with it. When I'm traveling, there's enough adrenaline to keep me going, you know. Enough, like, excitement that makes it so that I can, like, see all the roller coasters, ride all the things without, like, conking off. And if I do conk off a little bit, it'll be in, like, lines and boring things where, honestly, I don't mind if I conk out a little bit. You know, I conked out a lot on the plane, honestly. Like, I was just, like, trying to listen to podcasts, listen to audiobooks, and play video games, but at a certain point, I was just like, oh, man, I'm just falling asleep. I'm just gonna like, play some music and, like, put on my like, extra noise-canceling headphones over the earbuds that I have and just, like, try to hear as little as possible. And that worked for, like, a couple hours, you know? I'll say that the plane flight over to Orlando went by in a flash. I guess the thing is, like, you know, a 3-hour flight is nothing compared to a 4-hour stream, which I do regularly without really thinking about it, you know? Or, you know, even 5 hours or 6 or, you know, sometimes I go really damn long. Oh. I thought there might be a good thing in the room below, but it turns out the room below is a room I've been in before and I didn't want to go back to. Okay, shit. Oh, this was a mistake. Ugh. Hey, how about another card? Marvel Snap. Been playing it. Just got 2 new cards. Man-Thing and Lady Deathstrike. These are both in the Spotlight Cache because Man-Thing is new, and Lady Deathstrike is like it's also in the Spotlight, so, you know, easy to get at the moment. And also, I saw a YouTube video basically going over, like, going over a pretty cool strategy involving them. Basically, Man-Thing is a 4-drop that reduces the power of enemy, like, all 1, 2, or 3 drops in the lane that it is put. You know, both on your side and their side. Reduce, how much does it reduce by? Let me see. See real fast. -2 power, so that's pretty big. That's a pretty big thing to inflict on enemies, especially if you could do something like, I don't know, you know, use Luke Cage to negate the power loss on your side. And also, with that, I pair Lady Deathstrike, whose ability is basically when you play her in a lane, she kills everything that has lower power than she does. She has 4 power, so basically anything with 3 power or lower gets destroyed. And, you know, in combination with the -2 power from Man-Thing, you can really just, like, wipe out an entire enemy board just like that. And the thing is, it kills a lot of things that are really powerful too, like, you know, like it'll kill a lot of meta cards. Jeez, I'm struggling to think of what the cards are that it kills. It kills things like Iron Man. You know, it kills things like Lockjaw. It'll kill one thing that's really cool is it'll kill Luke Cage, which is great. It's just a really made to have an unexpected counter for Luke Cage. It'll kill, like, negative things. So if you have, like, cards that are negative, such as the Hood or Sentry spawns a -10, you could destroy that with your Lady Deathstrike. You could also use Viper to send them over to the enemy, which is also fun and also good. Over to the right. That's right. I'll show you the deck that I have. Here it is. Toxicology. I made this deck based on a video I saw on YouTube. I figured, like, I'd make my own spin of it. It's pretty much the same as the one I saw on YouTube, except with a little more. I added Scorpion, and I'm not sure if Hazmat was in their version, was in, like, Cozy Snap's version. But, added in that, and I also added in Luke. I also added in Jean Grey, who I figured that, you know, makes for a good combo, and because people will probably want to play low-power cards on Luke Grey, so Man-Thing goes on that location. Those low-power cards are going to be extra affected there. Not 100% sure about this deck so far, but it seems to be doing all right. I forgot the order in which my extra images go. Ignore that for a second. Anyway, I'll say Marvel Snap, definitely one of the... It's the only phone game I've been playing these days, so that's like a lot of what I played on queue at, you know, at all the theme parks that I went to. In any queue where you're lucky enough to have your cell phone on you. It's very good for like spending about 3 minutes, and turns out that's a perfect chunk of time for theme park type stuff. Also, you know, if I'm like waiting for a ride to get through technical issues, which on occasion I did. I had to do that for a couple rides. Pretty much every park had these sorts of technical issues that we had to wait through, which, you know, kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do? I guess running a theme park is hard. Things, even at the biggest theme parks, things are breaking down. Just how it is. I'll say this season, I have not gotten back up to Infinite yet, which just kind of feels a little bit of a bummer, you know? It's been like 2 weeks into the season. You know, maybe a week and a half, really. And I'm only in the mid-80s, but I don't know, my decks are doing well. I'm sure I'll get there eventually. I still have that Loki deck, which I've been using for the last month, and that does alright. Feel like more and more people are playing decks that do well against the Loki deck. Either decks where, you know, they're full of early game cards that you don't want really to get as Loki, you know, or they're full of like end game cards that you can't play effectively, or they're high evolutionary or something. It's a lot less of a sure thing playing Loki than it used to be, but the deck is still pretty effective. Another card. Wait, no, let's fight this guy. Mini boss? This is a weird place for a mini boss. No, this isn't a mini boss. This is a regular guy. Yeah, that's not a mini boss. This is a regular guy. Made him look like a mini boss a little bit. Okay. Go into this room. I will say I did also play a couple of other games while like in Orlando and like on the plane. I mentioned before, actually, I did get 2 games in particular with the intent of playing them on the plane, on the trip, whatever. And I was successful in doing that, I guess I would say. I played those games, and I will talk about one of them once I show this card. Bam! I've been playing Chants of Sennaar. Sort of a puzzle adventure type game where you play like a guy who's going up a tower, and at every level of the tower they speak different languages that are just like composed of different symbols that you have to sort of decode and figure out what they're saying. And there's like 5 different languages to decode. Some amount of like you know, you know, decoding between languages is in the game, and it's all pretty neat. Here's a screenshot if you're wondering what that looks like. So you see there's one of the languages, as well as a translation of what one of those statements is, you know. You close the door. That is like, you know, the first one is symbol for you, close, and then door, I suppose. Now, I'll say, like, this is... I actually don't think this is necessarily a screenshot. This feels like something that's been dummied up a little bit to, like, fully articulate it, you know, in one screenshot. To be clear, it's a lot more like you have the book open, you don't have the book open, or you see the dialogue on screen in this fashion and you don't. It's not quite set up like this, but it's similar enough. You know, it's a good example of how this works. I will say I found a lot of the areas to be a little bit tedious. and you know, both in terms of like requiring you to backtrack a good deal, you know, like just constantly traipsing up the same hallways, trying to figure out like, okay, where the fuck do I go? Where the fuck do I go? Where the fuck do I go? As well as just like, once you do figure out where to go, sometimes the rooms and such can be like minutes apart, you know, like, oh, it'll take 10 minutes to walk to where we need to go to do this thing. There is some fast travel, but there's not really enough of it. And I feel like this game would really be improved by the introduction of like just a map screen or something where you could warp from room to room and just get around a lot faster than just like walking. Still though, decoding languages is really satisfying and, you know, brainy, and I'll say like I've gotten through 3 areas and it's been pretty fucking cool. The second area is maybe the worst area because it involved a lot of like stealth. Like for the most of the second area, you really have to stealth just everywhere, and it's just annoying. I feel like the stealth, I could have done without the stealth. I guess it's a way of like mixing up like what each of the levels is like and what each of the peoples and their languages is like. But I don't know. I could have used a little more. I could have just used a little bit more like quality of life, I guess. I'm still really enjoying it. That's like the main game I'm playing right now. Chants of Solar. I guess I'll say I'm hoping to finish it before Mario Wonder hits. Slash Spider-Man 2 as well. We got water people. We got water, and that means we can now solve some puzzles with the water. Wonderful. Very good. We can also swim in the water if we like. Because we could swim, we can go over here, and because we can go over here, we can jump on the thing. Because we jump on the thing opens, and water starts flowing out through the hole. Getting tired. I'm hoping to get like down to a regular sleep schedule of like, you know, maybe 2 a.m. to 9 or 10. We'll see. Right now, I'm not gonna hold myself to anything. I'm just gonna let it just happen. You know, I've had a lot of sleepless, a lot of nights that have been like really short on account of all the planning and all. Where the fuck are my bottles? Oh, here it is. Hard to find. I figure right now I just best to just rest whenever, and eventually I'll get it down to like a normal thing, you know. I got another game that I played. First off on the plane, but also just in general a little bit. Disney Illusion Island. Sort of a Disney platformer Metroidvania type thing that people were kind of interested in. Like, you know, we're kind of interested in when it was announced because it looked really good, visually striking. All the characters have tons of animation. All this is true. It's also a game that is completely devoid of excitement. Fortunately, because of that, I've just had basically no interest in like going forward in it. I've spent some. It's sort of a game, a platformer where you don't mind just playing it, honestly, but also it is just like so bone dry that it's just like hard to convince yourself to keep playing it versus like doing literally anything else. Like, I was on the plane on the way to Orlando playing it, and as I was, at a certain point, I was just like, what if instead of playing this game, this Disney Illusion game, I instead just took a nap? I just closed my eyes for a while, and that won out. Now, maybe I was tired. That might be part of it, but, you know. If ever your game loses to, like, what if I instead just, like, rest my eyes and not think about anything? That's probably not great. Or, oh, what if I, instead of, like, playing this podcast game while I'm listening to a podcast, watching a show, whatever, what if I were to just, like, fully focus on the thing? Not a great sign. You just sort of run around and you jump and you use your abilities, and it's all nothing. It's all just stuff you go through. What's this? Huh? Well, I don't know what's up with this room, but I bet I will return later. Anyway, Disney Illusion Island, kind of not great. It's just dull. It's just so dull. The animation is great, and it has a lot of personality. And I'll say, like, other than Mickey Minnie Mine Train, it is the closest I've come to, like, appreciating those characters, that vibe, that aesthetic. But, it's not that close that I've come. Only moderately close. Only a little bit close. Not very. Anyway, I think I have one more card here, which I will pull just now. Did you see Disney's Uncanny AI Extras? I saw this before the stream started. I wanted to, like, show it because holy shit. Look at this bullshit. This is a new practice that apparently, like, Disney is trying to do, and, like, other companies as well, where instead of, like, paying a bunch of extras to be background characters, they instead just AI generate them, which looks horrible. Look at that. That's a shot from, like, a Disney Plus movie. I don't know the name of it, but it was going around on socials today or recently. I don't know. They look like goddamn PlayStation 2 background characters from a sports game. That's what it looks like, except it's supposedly a live-action movie. So what the fuck? Like, goddamn, they look low poly. They look uncanny. It's just a horror show. And I will say, like, in contract negotiations, the unions are trying to make it so that they can't do this, that this is off the table. But I really hope that I really hope that they win that case, because Jesus Christ, that's horrible. It looks terrible. And I cannot imagine, like, should this come to be, like, a standard practice, that would be, that'd be fucked. I wouldn't like that at all. Ugh. I got 20 rubies. I am. Alright. Oh, I thought that was a climbable web for a second. Okay, that's how we get into this tunnel, and this tunnel will lead us to next area. Very good. Ugh. All right, mini boss time. We're gonna get the weapon. Guy. Where's the big guy? We're little guys. What the hell? Where'd they come from? Look up. There it is. There it is. Yep. Gotta kill it. He's got eyes on his back. That's no good. Let's kill this guy. Big fella. Big chunky boy. I guess those are babies. Baby whatevers. Alrighty then. I reckon. Oh. I was reckoning that we might have to feed him. Oh. Attack the tongue. I reckon you... Maybe, arrow. Maybe we arrow the tongue when he sticks his tongue out like that. Or her tongue, you know, I don't know. Another phase. Maybe if that was a bomb arrow, that would have worked. Who knows? I'd say. Okay, dude's gonna jump. To use my sword. There we go. Okay, no time to test if that's if a bomb arrow would have worked on the midday, the mid-time. Tired. Claw shots. Very good. Claw shot is like a hook shot, but it's a claw. And when you claw something, you stick on it for a second and you can raise and lower. Kind of a neat extension of the basic idea of a hook shot. And they do some interesting stuff with this as the game goes on. This game is pretty good about reusing ideas and reusing like weapons, with the exception of one item which is primarily used in a single dungeon and then like never comes back again. I mean, I guess like literally, right? Like the iron boots have come back in this dungeon. Also the boomerang that came back in that escort sequence up front. So you know. They use that shit. Tomorrow, of course, will be 6 p.m. So hopefully we'll be a little less tired by then. I bet I might have something to watch after the stream, so I hope to be awake for that. Streamer I like, you know, that I mentioned a bunch, Dan Reichert. He really likes the comedy stylings of Norm Macdonald. And apparently there's the Norm Macdonald movie, Dirty Work, is on Prime, which I've never seen. And Dan might be watching sometime soon. So, really hoping to catch that stream and watch that watch party. I hope that's tomorrow. That's what he's planning on doing. Confused. Oh, right, we got the hook shot. Okay, so... I was trying to think for a second, like, wait, what was all that for? Answer. Claw shots. We can go do that, but also we can go do the other one in the room up north. So we'll wait until this turns around all the way go up into there. I don't think that Dirty Work is like supposed to be like the best movie, but I'm very curious about it, especially as, you know, I do also really like Norm Macdonald. From what I've, you know, I sort of put onto him by Dan. But I like everything I've seen of him, pretty much. Very funny dude. Oh wait, this is... Huh? Oh! That was an exit, okay. I thought this was a bonus... Okay. I was disoriented because I entered this room before from this side, and I thought that it was a different... I didn't realize I ended up there earlier. That makes sense. Okay. So then, yeah, the next thing I have to do is this thing over there, that gate. Ugh. Can we even get over there? Probably have to do some puzzle solving. In fact, I know for a fact what we have to do. We have to do some puzzle solving before we can get that thing. Meantime, let's head out to here. Return to the main room. I don't think we ever did anything in this room after getting the first water thing completed. So the water level has been risen a bit. Has rised a bit. We just have to do that a couple more times to, like, solve the dungeon. No. Let us see now how this is going to work. Here's the water that's flowing. What we need to do, grapple onto this. That's going to move the bridge. Okay, now the water is going down the bridge rather than into the drink down there. Also, we can go up here if we want and get probably a piece of heart. Something non-essential. Yep, all. Wrong direction. Hoping I was over the bridge. Okay. Let me climb. Okay, let me climb. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Now that water is going this way, now go over here, and hey, this whole area has been opened up by the water. Like, you know, freshly. Thus allowing us to go over here, solve some brand new puzzles. Ugh. Got around. Ooh, just. We're close. Relatively. I always like, before I go to sleep, to do Duolingo. And, you know, also the other apps that I use. So I will say that, being tired at 11 Oh, well, it actually is midnight. Okay. Just being tired at 11 p.m. business. That much, I'm not into. Like, I do think it's good to have, like, a slightly earlier schedule than I have had in the past, you know? But, like, there's a limit to what's good. And it's, like, midnight. I definitely want to be up until midnight, as a rule. Honestly, a little after that is good as well. Be able to get some value out of the night. Shit. Oh, well, that just despawns. But, why am I not aiming? Why am I not aiming? Hello? What? Has it always been just like click the button, do a single shot? Hold the button, like aim? That feels weird. I feel like it should be hold to get the thing up. I don't really think the hook shot needs like a fast activation button, you know? Maybe I'm just tired. Not thinking right, you know? Always a possibility. When you're tired, you don't think very good. Ah. Didn't know where to go anyhow. Okay, from here. Shoot ourselves over there. We go here. And then bing, bang, boom, and there you go. It's gotta be it. Yeah, this is a good room. Okay, jump on top of it then. As it gets low. There we go. All right. All right. All right. Hook shot. Say also, I have given thoughts. You know, I have mentioned before about anniversary streams will be coming early next month, so that is actually coming up relatively soon. All the plans for that are pretty much already set in stone, as are the plans for Extra Life, which will be some sort of Mario Party type thing. I don't know when Extra Life will be, but I have considered, like, maybe I could even do them like early, you know, like instead of like after in November. I could do them like early. I guess as I say that, I don't know I'm really in the mood for like a big marathon stream quite yet. Maybe expect to see it sometime late November. Extra Life. But what are we doing here? There we go. Okay, I think what we have to do here is climb up this tower thing, mostly using our new weapon, Widem. Oh wow, you can't pass through water. Can't pass through solid water, goddamn. I know that, like, just saying I'm tired isn't, like, riveting television, but, you know, it's true. All I can say, you know. By that pig. I guess those guys are pigs. Pig enemies in these games. They certainly sound like pigs. Wonder if I have to go back and get the other one. There was like another one of these, right? Probably not. Watch this be something like bombs. Compass. Okay. Oh. Use that to actually get the water supply going. How about the other one is optional too? I mean, we've gotten like most everything we need for this dungeon. I'm not sure this dungeon has like a proper boss key. I think it might just have these like waterfalls you can set up, and that's like the only, that's like the main thing that you're unlocking in this dungeon. There we go. I will say, exercise-wise, after spending a whole week running around all those parks and such, definitely going to take the rest of this week easy. Probably the next week as well. The rest of probably next week as well. I just you know, did a ton of stuff. I'm just ready for a good goddamn long break. With, you know, work and stuff at the same time. Ready to search for a job. Hopefully one that is nice and good. You know, with good colleagues and good culture. All that shit. Okay, now those guys are moving. That good? I bet I'll be able to reach a room that I couldn't before, actually. That's pretty good. Peace. Okay. There's the thing. Maybe I ought to get that. One of these could be a little key. Probably worth getting. Ooh. I have a feeling that we might need to get the small key to get through this door up here. Well, we need something. We just need what we have. Nope, no small key. Or the path is open because of the water. I think all we need is the last of the 3 water supplies to turn on, and then we'd have it. Switch the water here, and now we have a new area that's now flooded with water. Let's see it. Wait, I could also hook shot over there. Huh? Okay, I don't understand the purpose of this vine. Okay, this is the red herring. Or is it? Yeah, I think this is a red herring. This water seems to suck. It's moving fast, and yet, when I swim with it, it seems to not take me very far. This must be the way. There we go. Alright, I think this is back where we started, but okay, whatever. Let's see what happens in this room. In this room, the water level rises, opening the bridge, the area we wanted to go to. This is all extremely cool, like the simple manipulation of like doing a thing and opening up another area on the opposite, in a room in the opposite side of the thing that you've been to before. Weird, I was expecting it to open. Well, maybe this area is for like a bonus later. I mean, I guess we can look at the chest. Probably isn't a big chest. Probably a little chest. And little chests are safe to ignore. No, it is a big chest. Still not sure if it's doable. What we have now, it seems like this dude's doing nothing. Certainly doesn't open the gate. Wait, what's this do? Aha. Okay. It's just for a piece of heart anyhow. You could also do this with a combination of this item and another item later on, I guess. Theory, anyway. Okay, what we got left? Oh, there's just sort of two areas. There's just sort of an upper area. There's just like one area on either side. So I guess the area must be as flooded as it can be now. Or it can be flooded as much as it can be. Means we ought to head to... I think we need, yeah, the boss key. Whatever that is, I suspect it's in the area that we were in earlier on. This area here. Well, I can't run up this ramp. Awesome. Map up on the D-pad. Okay, I'm gonna go through here. To get through here, I need the water on, so let me just reverse this. The water are coming. Let's go. Alright, just gotta ride these platforms. I missed. There we go. Just need to wait until drop off and hope that bat doesn't get in my fucking way. Don't engage, bat. Fire, bat. Skin below my eyelids feels very like hollow. That's what it feels like when you're tired. That's why bags are there. Traditionally, you know. one of the signs, you know, of being tired is like having really baggy below eyes. I guess because the eyes, they don't like to see for that long. You know, they're tired of seeing things. I guess technically you wouldn't need to sleep to like refresh them. You just need to like quote unquote rest your eyes. So things, it was just usually, I guess, just an excuse by people who are sleeping. You know, when they want to say that they're not slept. I will say though, I can totally rest my eyes and just. There is a point at which. There's something between, like, awake and a nap, right? Just being out of it, just, like, staring into space, just, like, thoughts that do not connect to reality, and only occasionally... I guess, like, a trance. A trance is, like... I guess what I'm talking about is more of a trance. Like, a trance is more than a nap. There's less than a nap, but more than being awake. Sort of more of a space where you're not really consciously thinking, and, you know, when... I don't know if this happens to everybody, but when you're tired enough, brain will stop, like, listening to things that are coming in and just start making shit up. You know? You'll be watching a TV and realize, like, wait, I haven't absorbed any of the plot in the last 5 minutes. Instead, I've just been making up what the story is. And then you realize, like, oh god, that's like... It's like the next best thing to a dream. It's like... approaching. Fish bombs are all natural. Go figure. Know that they were harvested. It's gotta be the way. Gotta be the way to the boss key. Once we get the boss key, just a matter of like getting the water to the right locations and then jumping in the drink and fighting a boss. We're almost done. Often after a stream, I like to unwind. I think tonight I will just... That'll be very straightforward. Tired. I'd like to sleep. You know, I'll probably take like a, you know, like a bath or whatever. Nice relaxing bath for a little bit. And I'll bed. One thing I've been feeling recently is, like, I need to get out of the habit of, like, thinking to myself... I need to get out of several habits. One of which is the habit of trying to squeeze as much value out of every night as possible. No. Of just thinking, like, well, I can watch one more show. I can watch 2 more shows. I can make progress on 3 more shows tonight. I just need to get out of that mode, considering I'm between gigs and all. There's really no point to, like, sacrificing my sleep schedule in that way. I can always just watch a show first thing tomorrow, you know, or, like... You know what I mean? Like, I can watch a show, job hunt, and do everything in a way that doesn't necessarily, like, mess with my schedule, right? The other thing I need to get out of the habit of is just, like, rolling directly out of bed to work. You know, working from home forever and, like, working in a company that's mostly dealt with, like, overseas stuff. I was definitely of the habit of just, like, rolling right out of bed, not even... Recently, even. Not even, like, bothering to have any breakfast. Not even bothering to make breakfast until, like, basically lunchtime. Which is just needless, you know? And I'll say, like, part of it's is totally a thing that is specific to this like job hunt thing, which is that I do check my LinkedIn like as I wake up and then like see messages and stuff and go like, oh shit, I better deal with these right away. You know, better like start saying like, yes, you can call me this day, you can call me this day. Yes, I am interested, tell me more. You know, I have these questions, whatever. And that all takes a bit to do. What I should do instead is just relax, have some eggs, have some toast, you know, not toast, but I have some bagels. Just take things at a nice, even pace, and then start work. You know? What am I missing here? Okay, so there's a door in this room at the top level that leads to the place we need to go. How do I get to that door? At a certain level, like, just working a job has ingrained in me a sense of, like, just you know, of hurry, of rush. And I don't need to be in a rush in my free time. You know, not everything needs to be squeezed into a single day. Things don't have to get done. You know, I don't have to watch all the shows that I'm watching and make steady progress with all of them. That is just a fun thing I'm doing. I don't really have to worry so much about like how fast I'm going through the series I'm rewatching, which by the way, I'll say, not very. Considering that, you know, season started, like a lot of new stuff to try. As well as like just, you know, just keeping a pace with the things that I've already started. It's hard enough right now. I really need to cut back. I really need to drop more anime from this season. And I bet I will pretty soon, but I have to find the time to think about that. I'll say that. I'll say this. I don't have to think about it tonight. I can think about it tomorrow. Oh, what? Maybe it's a bomb arrow situation. Maybe there's stalagmites knocked down. No. No. Also no. I feel like you gotta swim through here as part of the solution, right? So now what? You already went through here and it was a dead end until we get to the other side, right? Unless I fucked up somehow and I wasn't quite getting it. Maybe this is the entrance and the other side is the exit. Let's go back and check. I have a theory. Maybe I have to grapple onto something. Good theory, but no. Follow-up. Maybe you have to grapple something outside. Thank you for the follow. Let me see how to say that here. Thank you for the follow. Statuary cog. Promotion. No thank you. I'm fixed good on that. Timeout. If you want to just hang out and watch, I'm good with that, though. That's just gonna ban immediately. Though I reckon any sort of person promoting this stuff will be banned soon enough. Thus is the nature of things. Oh, here we go. Found it. It's always hard. Maybe, you know. I don't want to, you know, ban too many phrases in case, like, there's, like, genuine discussion going on about these sorts of shits. But I do, like, automatically mod the phrase, like, buy followers or something. I guess also, you know, the more active moderation you need, the more, like, you know, you need moderators to handle that stuff rather than it being manageable in the moments. You know? Maybe it'd be cool if there was, like, settings for, like, first-time viewers. You know? Like, someone who you don't know is going to be a bot or not. Meanwhile, if you're talking about someone who has watched a couple times, probably not a bot. Probably a person. Probably a cool person as well. I would let Bingo Bo, for instance. I would let Bowser say, you know, say the words "buy followers" all they want, because I'm pretty sure they are not doing a long haul, long scam where they get permission to offer that thing. And I'll say, Bowser, Bingo Bo, if you watch this later, I don't know if you would. I'll say, regular viewers, I will let you say those. I would let you say those words if I could, but just to be clear, I would not buy followers from you, even if you're, you know, local, or even if you're like, I know you. That'd be ridiculous. You don't do that. I don't believe in it. I'd rather just keep going at the pace I have been doing. It's a slow pace, but it's reasonable enough. I don't know. Again, I'll say I have given thought to, like, reducing the non-Mario Maker streams and just doing, like, one a week or something. You know, I will say, like, that would mean more Mario Maker streams. That'd mean, like, more of a focus on... It would just mean, like, it would just mean going to a 2-stream-a-week schedule or something. Which I don't think would be better than we do now. I think 3 a week is quite good and quite right. Generally, obviously, this week is 2 a week because of the whole trip thing. But you know, what are you gonna do? That's just how it was. How the timing worked out. Say right now, like... Ah! Damn it. If I just did a save warp right now, would that warp me to the start of the dungeon? You know what? I'm smart. I don't need to do a save warp. I just need to talk to this bird. I'm gonna warp out, and I'm gonna turn around and go right back in. By the way, this is a weird thing. This is Coco Jr. Oko Jr. is gonna live in our inventory, and you know, let us get back into the dungeon if you so please. But we don't really want to warp back. We actually just want to just walk back so that we can, like, get back to the start. Not have to deal with that annoying room, but in reverse. Dude, I'm trying to swim here. Playing this game again, you know, I definitely think about how Jeff Gerstmann gave it a 4 out of 5. He gave it an 81, and that was, like, controversial at the time. Playing it now, playing it again, yeah, that's about right. 4 out of 5 is about what this game deserves, you know. The dungeons are better than ever. They nailed that much. Thank you for not teleporting me. The dungeons are great, they nailed that, but as far as, like, the rest, it's just very, very rough and very just the point where it started to get bloated. You know? Skyward Sword is like a magnitude worse than this, though. I'd say, Jesus Christ, Skyward Sword. Wonder what I put it in it on backlog. But if I had to say, Skyward Sword, maybe more of a 3. Like, just, you know, the bloat here is all stuff that you don't mind doing all that much. You know, it's just court missions, it's weird plot stuff. It's fine, it's ignorable, you can just get through it. Skyward Sword, though, has, like, weird... Here we go. So now the water level's all the way up. We can get into this boss door. Let's fight him. I forget what I was saying. It doesn't really matter. Something about how the other games did. The more I play this game, the less I want to play Skyward Sword and do a playthrough of that following. And I know that I've been doing, like, kind of that sort of deal. But Skyward Sword is such a tedious game. What if... I'm just throwing it out there. What if we went in the other direction? You know, we did Wind Waker. We did Twilight Princess. What if instead of going the Skyward Sword and, like, completing the middle layer of Zelda games, what if instead we went back in time and did Link to the Past? I don't know that I ever finished Link to the Past. I rented the GBA version of it once, and I played it, like, on Virtual Console a bunch, a fair amount. But I don't know I ever got that far, and I don't know that I ever finished it. Maybe streaming it would be fun. Or maybe streaming it would be, like, a lot of me going like, okay, where the fuck do I go now? What's the next thing? Link to the Past is maybe a lot less directed than the later Zelda games are. You know, like even the Game Boy games very much tell you where you're supposed to go at every turn. You know, where you kind of just had to explore in that original, in those original games. And that can be weird. I guess we did do Link Between Worlds on stream before. So it wouldn't, like, be out of nowhere to do Link to the Past. We have done 2D Zeldas before. is a weird boss. I remember this being a lot cooler. I'm pretty sure it'll get a lot cooler in a phase. No, we just have to get past this first phase, and then it'll become a very cool boss. This fucking what the fuck was the Ocarina of Time boss called? Morpho? Fucking Morpho Jr. over here. Except the fight is a lot less fun. I'm more just like you run and you try to grapple a thing, and you have to do it in a way I have. We'd be like, oops. Should we be like blowing these bombs up? Grappling that guy caused us to fall. Which caused us to go into that guy's mouth. Which is, oh, well, it wasn't right, the shoes. But also he got us. Guys are interfering with my ability to grapple the big eye. I feel like a lot of the difficulty in this boss is just like dealing with L targeting. Okay, there we go. That's the first phase. Good, okay. There was also another boss in like Wind Waker that had the same problem. And now it's gonna be cool. Now instead of like this Iron Boot shit, we actually just have to like go chase him for a while. Do some actually fun and exciting bullshit. Say goodbye to the Iron Boots. Here on out, it's all grapple. Hello, Paul. How's it going? I'll say I'm pretty tired. I've had my sleep schedule has been a lot has like skewed a lot earlier this last week on account of I've been on vacation. I've been on a trip, I've been in another time zone, I've been getting up early, I've been like conking asleep like in an earlier time. I'm doing well though, it was a very fun trip and we're about to finish this boss and then the stream shortly after. How you doing? This phase is fun. Just swim around, hook shot a guy, stab, stab, stab. Can't go wrong. You're doing well. It's great to hear. The water level drains, and that's gonna do it for this boss. Should we watch the cutscene that happens right after this? I'm pretty sure it's going to give us the opportunity to save. And it would be cool to start next stream with that cutscene. Because I'm pretty sure some stuff is going to happen. What is thy bidding? I don't have any bidding tonight. I'm just, you know, tired, whatever. I don't know if people usually have biddings. I always see... Oh, hey, is this the first time Xant's been mentioned? Xant's the king of the shadows. His power is false, but she's got a whole thing of her own. I don't know if people usually have biddings. I see in, like, you know, in anime, there's always a thing of, like... Or, like, in fiction, right? There's characters who are, like, or situations wherein they're, like, oh, if I win this bet, you'll do anything I say. And I feel like... I don't know if people just have things they want people to do for them on hand, always. I always feel like that's a weird thing, and it's always going to be hand-waved away in some way, right? Either that or it's something like benign or like, you know, like some sort of weird task or something. Let's watch the cutscene. We've gone through the dungeon. We gotta see the cool cutscene. Just gonna be a normal cutscene here. We got the fused shadow. Oh, hey, here's Xant. You just heard about him 2 seconds ago. There he is. The Guardian Spirit came out. But, yeah, good luck with that, buddy. He's just gonna go ahead and re-Twilight everything. Fortunately, there'll be no more grapes. We're all done with grapes for the rest of the game. I'm pretty sure. Xant. Wait. I thought she got to keep those. Did you honestly get mean to take me on with an ancient wither powered like this? Okay, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Why do you defy your king? I'll say, it's cool in this game that there's a new villain. That's a cool thing. At least for this part, haha. We'll see. Are you implying that my power is our old magic? No, it's new magic. He's got a new thing going on. He's got a new hookup. He is granted by my god. It is the magic of the King of Twilight, and you will respect it. You will respect my magic. Oh my god, we were talking about stream titles earlier, and I was thinking, support your local graveyard. You will respect my magic. Respect my magic is also a good stream title. What the fuck is that? That's a thing. It's going into us. We were... The Twilight people were oppressed by the Light people. He's trying to sweet talk her. That's interesting. Minda will not be convinced. Alright. He has like wires going from the top of his mouth to the bottom. It's weird. It's a good look. You know, well, it's not a good look, but it is a good villainous look. Fuck off. You're not getting Midna. Midna is ours. Ah, here's what he's doing. He's turning back on the light. Okay, that's why there's no grapes for this. The lights are turned back on. The snake is back. The snake's crocodile. Hey, what's up? Oops, I accidentally... Ooh. Accidentally, you know... It's like a vampire situation. Accidentally hit her with the sun. He seems cool with it, though. He seems like he can manage the sun without becoming a shadow. Or, you know, the world of light. I guess the implication is they are still shadows even at nighttime. No. Are you going to see The Creator? Is that a thing? What's The Creator? Is that a movie? Or do you mean something in the game? I'm pretty sure there's not a creator in Zelda. It's a movie? Haven't heard about it. How about a little farther? Let's go meet up with Zelda. Then next time we can just do the... We can just do the final quest. The second half of this. This, like, sad thing. Look, Midna's so sad and depressed. We can't leave her like this. We gotta press on just a little bit longer. Only been going like 4.5 hours. Let's go another. What's another 15 minutes? Also, I would like to make it so that next stream we can get to the next like real thing that happens like in a shorter order. You know, otherwise we'd have to like go to the place where Zelda is. Oh, and also we forgot the wolf again. We'd have to go to where Zelda is, and then go to the next thing, and then go to the thing after that, and probably after a few more things, it'd be dungeon time, you know. This is your favorite Link game, correct? No, that would be Majora's Mask. Tears of the Kingdom makes a very good argument for it, but probably say, out of the way, guys. Can we? How am I supposed to get to Zelda? No one ever told me how to get to Zelda. Maybe I can talk to animals, and animals will tell me how to get to Zelda. I don't have teleport, so it can't be a teleport thing. Treading my words and deeds. Is it through here? What do you like about Majora's Mask? I love the world. I love how it's a living, breathing, ticking thing. You know, like, things progress in time as you go through the 3-day cycle. The side quests and stuff are very well, like, fleshed out. Okay, so go there. Okay, here's what you gotta do. You gotta go into the thing, get rejected, and then a cat will tell you to go up here. How you know that the castle is through there, I haven't the foggiest. But I know that I'm pretty sure the castle is through there. So, whatever. I guess if you were playing this and you didn't know, Google it. Maybe if you talk to, like, enough cats, one of them will say, like, You can get to the castle through like the bar, Thelma's bar. Did you like Skyward Sword? Skyward Sword is like borderline okay. It's pretty okay. I like the dungeons a lot, and I found a lot of the filler. I found a lot of the filler to be like really unfortunate, you know? Like there's so much shit between each dungeon, and especially between like the last dungeon and the second to last dungeon. It's absurd. You know? Real slog to get through, but it does have some good bits in it towards the end, especially. Well, no, that I guess not towards the end. It does have some good bits to it, comma, in the dungeons. The dungeon specifically is the good parts in Skyward Sword. The motion controls, they're fine. They're not really the reason the game is bad, though sometimes they can be unresponsive and weird. I feel like it was good that they only did that for like the Wii version of this game here, and also like Skyward Sword. You know, at no point would Breath of the Wild have been improved if it was like heavy on motion controls. Right. Or Breath of the Wild would have been, you know. Imagine if they had tried that. Ooh, would have been bad. Okay, there's a Poe. A Poe here. We will not get at all the Poes, I will say that much. This guy got turned into a gold guy. His cat's on his head. You can free his soul if you kill all the ghosts. We're not going to do that. That's not going to happen in this playthrough. I'm just going to say, not going to do any side stuff. I just want to finish the game. I just want to get through clean, you know? I also will say, probably not going to collect any bugs. Except for ones I get out accidentally, you know? Let's go see a princess about a cure for being, Twilight kid. Being exposed to too much light. We need like a fire. Perfect. That torch. Torch. I hope that we just like go through a few more rooms here and end up somewhere where it's just really quick to get to Our Lady Zelda. You know, the Twilight Princess. I'm pretty sure they called her earlier the Twilight Princess. Midna is not the Twilight Princess. Zelda is. I'll say, if we're just talking like nitpicks that I have of Twilight Princess, I would say that that is one of them. Right? Like, this game, Twilight is a big part of it, but Zelda, she is not. She has, like, a bigger role in, like, you know, say, the most recent Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom. Like, that game should be named after the princess. And, you know, that game has much more of an argument to be named after the princess than this one does. For reasons, you know, that I probably shouldn't. Would you participate in a 44-question survey that deals with fantasy and spirituality for 100 bits? If you want to ask me 4 questions, sure, go ahead. I will take $1 for that, if you please. Sure, hit me up. If you want to just ask me in chat, that'd be fun. You can probably do that as I'm, like, wandering through this, like... I can climb this. I swear I climbed this earlier. And I, like... Oh, I can't do the Midna attack because Midna's down. I don't have to explain my responses, even better. I love explaining my responses, so, you know, I might anyway, but go ahead, hit me up. Oh, geez, that's a long question. Let's assume that unicorns are like horses. They are very tame. Let's say that they have rainbow manes and tails. And have a large horn on their head. Would you rather they exist, or that they... Rather that unicorns exist, or you rather that unicorns not exist? Don't care either way. I mean, I think it's interesting if things exist. Things that exist are interesting. I also don't mind things that existed. You know, there's a lot of things that existed in the fossil record that are very interesting. I will say of unicorns, unicorns in particular, there's like good reasons why a horse would never evolve that way, which was explained in an episode of the anime, Heaven's Design Team, where basically it's a show about Heaven. Basically, God was going to make all the animals, but he ended up outsourcing it. And this company is just like a bunch of people just like trying to work through the technical problems in like coming up with the animals that exist in this world. And, you know, one guy really wants to make unicorns happen, but as is explained by his colleagues, like, yeah, you know, for a horse to spend that, like, resources, like, you know, growing this extra horn bone, they really just don't have the, don't really have the material for that, don't really have the calcium. They'll be calcium deficient if they end up doing it this way, and that's no good. Meanwhile, if you're wondering why cows and like steers are allowed to have horns, well, they're ruminids, and they like process food in a much different way that lets them get like tons and tons more nutrients out of grass and like say horses can relative. You know, they're a lot more developed, they have many more stomachs, and that allows them to process and not be calcium deficient, basically. So, don't care. I'd be open to it. Mark me down as don't care. I'll say impartial. If they did exist, it'd be cool. Wouldn't affect me much either way. I don't know that I don't care. It's more just, you know, it's fine that they don't exist, and it would be fine if they did exist. You know. I don't have a horse in that race. Do you think unicorns exist? They do not. No, there's technical reasons why they do not. You'd have to solve a lot of problems with, like, horse biology for that to, like, be a thing. Probably was just confusion between, like, dinosaur bones or something, you know. Or maybe just other such things. I don't believe they exist, no. That one was easier. That second question. Third, let's assume God is the creator. Okay. He is deeply interested in how you behave and conduct your life based on morality. Or would you rather God exists? Don't care. Don't care again. If the fourth question is, do you believe God exists? No, I don't. But, you know, it'd be impossible to say. I think some sort of, like, space fantasy thing like a, you know, like the god in Futurama. The space god would be cool. It'd be cool if that was a thing. Or like some sort of ancient alien creator that, you know, existed within a universe or whatever. That'd be a neat thing to exist. As far as we know, that nothing like that exists in reality. Oh, it sounds. There's the bits. Thank you very much. I assume maybe the fourth one was. Do you think? Did I guess the fourth question correctly? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. As far as, like, being judged, like, after death or whatever, you know, just live the way you like to live and, you know, be a good person, whatever the fuck. You don't really have to worry about arbitrary rules. Just do whatever best for you. Yeah, that was the fourth question. Saw it coming. Okay, let's not deal with this bird. We're gonna go in here. We're gonna talk to Zelda. And then we're going to call it. That's what we're going to do. So I got a second win there after beating the water boss guy. Talk to the Twilight Princess, the namesake of this game, who we see like twice before, you know, the end. I really feel like Midna should be the Twilight Princess. How do we break the curse on this one? Me. You do need me. Princess, please. It's in the head. Yes, that's where it was inserted. It is an evil power that does it. Yes, that's true. Came from, you know, Zant. Balance exists. Head for the grove. We will find the Blade of Evil's Bane. The Master Sword. Another name for the Master Sword, I guess. Is the Blade of Evil's Bane what it was called before? I don't know. Alright, we're gonna get the sword. Like you, I have been granted special powers by the goddess. I don't know that I have been granted any powers. Oh, well, I guess I became a wolf instead of becoming a spirit when I entered Twilight. I guess that's a special power. I like hers better. She seems to have, like, super powerful magic, and also she doesn't become a dog while she's in Twilight Realm. Those are better than becoming a dog when you're in Twilight. Oh, hey, the Mirror of Twilight. It was mentioned. I mentioned it earlier. That was the thing. I believe I understand who and what you are. I don't. I mean, she's from Twilight. That's, I guess... That's obvious, though. Is this like the mantle of being the Twilight Princess? Is that the idea behind the title being the title? Stop her. What is she doing? I don't know. She'll be fine. Don't worry, we'll see the Twilight Princess again. She's just gonna go ghost mode for a while. I'm pretty sure that's not the last we see of Zelda, right? She's gotta be around in the end. I think I've maybe beaten this game like twice before, so I guess maybe it's not something I super remember. And it's been like at least 10 years, maybe, since the last time I got to the ending. I did most of this game in HD, but didn't finish it the first time I played this version here on the Wii U. So, it's been a long time since I've seen, like, the castle at the end of the game, you know, or the final boss, or even the second to last dungeon. I think I got to the castle, to the sky dungeon, which I think is the second to last. And probably like the last good one. I can't speak to the quality of the castle, so maybe we'll see. Oh shit, the castle's been captured. It's now stuck in Twilight. And yeah, we'll be back there at the end of the game, probably. You know, hey. Castletown's fine, though. Alright, the sad music is gone. Hyrule Castle is trapped in amber. And that'll do it for tonight's stream. I think we made some great progress. Let me save real fast. Can't lose progress, that would be bad. That's happened before on when I was doing Wind Waker. I had to replay it off stream, which was, you know, it was fun, honestly. And it was nice to have a game to play while watching Sopranos at the time, but I don't want to do that again. Let me pull up the schedule here. Oh, look at Doggy Link. Doggy Link's a good dog. Sit down, Link. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Go ahead, sit. Sit. Sit, Link. Link, sit. Anyway, schedule should be as normal from here on out. Tonight was a weird Thursday night playthrough stream on account of being on vacation on Monday, being out of town on Monday. But this next Monday will be the next installment of Twilight Princess HD. That'll be, you know, this coming Monday. The next Thursday maybe will be some sort of variety night where I play through, where I start up Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder. It depends on when Spider-Man 2 unlocks. I'd love to just be able to play Spider-Man 2 up to when Wonder unlocks, and then switch to Wonder. Maybe instead how we should do it is just do Thursday as like the viewer level stream, and then do Friday for Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder. Maybe Wonder first, and then Spider-Man 2 if we do it on Friday instead. I don't know. Thinking about that. We'll see when those games unlock. Depends if Spider-Man 2 unlocks at like midnight Eastern time, or if it unlocks at like midnight Australian time. In which case, if it does the later, then absolutely can play it up to the time when Mario Wonder releases. Whatever. Anyway, next stream will be viewer levels. That'll be tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central. Hope to see y'all there. Should be a fun one. Haven't had viewer levels since last Thursday, so, you know, it's kind of a normal... That's actually not that different from a normal viewer level hiatus, you know. Usually it's about a week between viewer level streams, but hey, that'll be fun. Viewer levels are good. I'll try to watch more anime. I'll put together some photos from my vacation to show by then. And, you know, I'll see y'all then. Let me go ahead and set in a raid and see who's online real fast. Let me see here. Some folks are online. I'm trying to think now who I want to send y'all to. Mario Maker? Akit Setsuna is doing a stream. Let's send y'all there. That sounds good. Alright, folks. I'm just gonna get ready to stop the stream. Yeah, I'm ready now. I will see y'all tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central, for viewer levels. See you then. If you're looking for more Twilight Princess HD, that'll be next Monday. So, you know, like 4 days from now. Smaller gap than usual. But, you know, that's how it is when you do a Thursday, when you're like, you know, out of town on Monday. You have to do it on Thursday instead. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Spider-Man 2, Mario Wonder next week. Viewer levels on Fridays. As they should be. Good night, folks. I'll see y'all tomorrow for viewer levels, 6 p.m. Central. Bye.